2 of the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven, Belgium. After a day of shocking mistakes, the best players in the world came in determined to make a move up the leaderboard. Wesley So remained the only player undefeated in the event, and his scintillating attack against tail-ender Vasily Topalov has him in clear second at the end of the rapids. But the story of the day was world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, who after suffering 2 horrible defeats on the first day, stormed back with 4 consecutive wins to stand in sole first place in the tournament. It's on to the blitz as the top 10 players in the world get set to show their lightning-fast skills. An exciting day 3 coming up from Belgium starts right now.
In 2009, I played the World Blitz Championship in Moscow, and in that tournament I had a lot of streaks. There were streaks where I'd win 3 or 4 games and I would lose 3 or 4 games. The main thing that I learned from that tournament specifically is that it's very important to stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. Try and stop it at 1, at most 2.
You lose a game and then you don't have the time to get over it.
The thing about blitz is that it wakes the gambler inside you, and after you lose, you don't necessarily want to make a draw.
You come to the next game trying to get back something that you lost, and you're pushing the limits.
That's why we saw players collapsing.
At some point, I just started to feel that I cannot do anything, and my head totally switched off.
You start to lose 2 in a row, can easily be 4 or 5.
Suddenly, everything goes wrong. Your opening choice is wrong, your opponent suddenly starts playing very well. It's really hard to avoid.
It's much harder in blitz and rapids to recover.
It's also cool to bounce back with a win after a losing streak.
You're always going to get chances to win games, but you have to not let the streaks occur.
You just have to think about your next opponent.
If you play well, you should embrace your result. If you play badly, just forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Hello everyone, we're the Catholic University of Leuven, the first and largest university in all of Belgium. Lots of shops, restaurants, and nightlife. But here we're for the chess. I'm Maurice Ashley, and this is day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. It's time for blitz. The players are all set for the excitement, and so are we. So we're going to throw it right to the studio with Jen, Yaz, and Eric.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Yasser, Seirawan, and today we get to analyze 9 blitz games.
9 rounds of blitz. This is wonderful. Great to be with you, Jennifer. I'm looking forward to a really exciting first day of blitz.
Now remember, these aren't distinct tournaments, so the rapid scores from Leuven are combined with the blitz scores, and let's see who is on top after the rapid. Well, Magnus Carlsen, after that sizzling day 2 where he won all 4 games, is on top of the leaderboard.
Fantastic to have such a winning streak in rapids.
Now, Wesley So also doing really well. If you want to think about these scores in traditional terms, remember there were 18 points up for grabs in the rapid, so it's 10 out of 18. Leuven and Anand also on plus scores. Fabiano on an even score. And of course the big surprise, Hikaru Nakamura, blitz legend, doing quite poorly. Can he make up for it in the blitz?
Exactly.
Let's take a look at the format and how this all works. Well, we've got 9 rounds of blitz today and 9 rounds tomorrow. If there is a tie, we will have a playoff. The blitz point allocation is our traditional chess allocation, 1 point for a win and half for a draw. So there are another 18 points up for grabs in the blitz.
Exactly.
And Eric Hansen also with us. What are your thoughts on today and what we're going to see?
Thanks, Jen. Well, as Nakamura alluded to, you've got to stop the bleeding. In Paris, he didn't lose 2 games back to back. So I'm going to be watching out for players playing solid. It's a key to success in this format. The top 3 finishers in the Rapid in Paris also finished top 3 here. So in this event, I'm going to be watching out for Magnus, Wesley So, and Aronian today. But with more insights, let's head to the guys in Leuven.
Well, no matter how you say it, it's all about one person really right now is Magnus Carlsen. He played so well yesterday, winning 4 games in a row, and all the field has to think they have to beat this guy if they're going to have any chance of winning the tournament.
There was a big difference in the way that Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura handled themselves after the first day. Yes, they both had terrible days, but Magnus coming back with a 4-win streak, that's huge. He goes into the blitz, battle hungry. He wants to win this tournament clear first.
He's in an unusual position for him, leading the pack. You'll see the best players in the world chasing him, trying to see if he'll make some blunders, give them some favors as the blitz is set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro, as we see the players taking their places again, getting started. For me, the marquee game is Magnus versus Leuven Aronian, in the first round of blitz.
I agree. And Magnus Carlsen, can he turn it into 5 in a row?
Wow.
And continue the streak? Continue the streak. And we've, also Leuven has been playing well. He just had that big setback against Vesson in the last round of the Rapids. But going into that final round, he was actually tied for the lead.
Yeah, how important that loss, that very last round loss yesterday, day 2, is for Leuven. And I'm looking at it also at MVL, Hikaru Nakamura. They play terrific in Paris. And they've got to turn their fortunes around, and they're going to be relying upon blitz to improve their scores.
Yeah, this is kind of a tough one for Nakamura if he's trying to come out with guns blazing in the blitz. One of the toughest pairings he could face in the first round, Black against MVL, great blitz player.
Exactly.
So definitely another one to keep our eyes on.
Vladimir Kramnik, who's having spotty outings, let's say, in Paris and Leuven. He'll have White in the opening game against Wesley So, who's been doing fantastically well in Leuven, undefeated, the only player undefeated. And Wesley acquitted himself rather nicely in Paris as well.
And here we see the players are being introduced to rapturous applause.
Absolutely. Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, both players looking to change their misfortunes, let's say. And it'll be important for them to get off to a good start.
Nice, and there's our Paris champ, Hikaru Nakamura.
The current leader of the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, in a way, if you don't do any interim standings. But they dropped the worst score.
Right, there are 4 tournaments. The players will use their 3 best scores from the 4 tournaments they played in. Of course, Vichy did not play in Paris. He had committed himself to Lyon, but Vichy will play in all 3 Grand Chess Tour tournaments.
So he's still eligible for the top prizes, but of course it puts his back against the wall.
He can't have a bad result.
Yes, that's a major disadvantage for winning first in the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly. There were all eyes on Magnus Carlsen. My goodness, what a player he is. And he'll be going up against, like we say, if Leuven hadn't lost that game, it would have been, Leuven would have been right there in the leader group.
And here we have somebody playing
the opening moves, yeah.
That's right.
Magnus, what do you think?
Magnus may not have liked the move. He and Wesley So just got to have the best smiles in the tournament.
Absolutely.
I mean, when the two of them play, it's like smile over smile. And he is ready to get that knight back on G1. He's not playing knight f3.
Right.
But it's not the worst move.
No. It's
Could be
pretty
worse.
good, actually.
Yeah, of course you like it.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to play e4.
You think it'll be e4, e5? And
Your favorite.
No. And here we go.
But it's fun and blitz.
The start of the blitz.
And indeed, e4, it was no poker face. He did want to play King Pawn openings, and it looks like we're going to see bishop c4. So we've seen bishop b5 and bishop c4 quite frequently in this event.
No scotches, though. And did it go bishop c5 after bishop c4?
Yes, and we're going to a closed Italian game, something that we've seen over and over in this tournament. Lots of exciting games, despite the slow start to the opening.
Exactly.
As both players aim to kind of transfer some pieces over to the king side often.
And am I up to date, Jen, after D3? Have any more?
Black castled?
Castled, yeah.
Castled. And Magnus, has he played C3? That seems to be the most fashionable.
It doesn't look like he's played it yet, which is odd. It is a blitz game, so normally you don't see them spending a lot of time on just an obvious move, right?
Right. Let me just inform the audience, I'll be flipping back and forth, but I do want to concentrate on a single game. Sometimes I switch just to refresh my board. And D5.
Well, Aronian played this a lot in Paris, so he seems confident to repeat it again.
ED5, Knight D5. Oops. So C3 was played?
Yeah, it looks like C3 was indeed played, and then we got
and then
D5.
Okay, ED, Knight D5. And here, there are tickles. Bishop G5 is one way. Another move, Rook E1, Knight BD2, and just I missed it on the monitor there.
Knight BD2?
Knight BD2 was indeed played. You have much experience on the white or black side of these positions, Eric?
I played this as white once. I mean, black is going for, in general, I like it, and most people like it as white. You have pretty clear active play, but if you're well prepared as black, you know, you might be able to equalize just right out of the opening. So it's riskier, but I mean, white has very natural play against the E5 pawn, which doesn't normally happen.
Exactly. And again, I just missed that move. Bishop B5 was the last move. Bishop D6 voluntarily.
Yeah.
Just dropping back.
Well, yeah,
to protect
defending that e-pawn, because otherwise Bishop C6 and Knight E5. And now Black's played Bishop G4.
But after Bishop D6, what was White's move?
Rook E1.
Rook E1, Bishop G4.
Yeah, this is you know, Leuven played this exact setup in Paris. So.
H3, questioning the bishop, Bishop H5. And now something like Knight E4 with the idea of Knight G3 to break this pin, or
Knight E4, maybe F5 is what Leuven wants to play.
And is there something to be said for G4 and capturing everything? No, just Queen takes D3 is equal, yeah? If we go Bishop C6, BC6, G4, Bishop G6, Knight E5, that should not bring White any success.
And that's an interesting idea here, that in these openings, Black does want to get aggressive with playing F5.
Indeed.
And that can sometimes be a real pain for White, who can sometimes find themselves in the worst end of it, because, you know, in all these openings where we develop our knight to D2, sometimes the development's a bit slow for White. It's a bit more of a positional treatment. You're playing C3 and Knight D2, so if Black gets something going quickly, you can almost feel like you're White but playing Black.
Exactly. And I just wanted to remind ourselves, the blitz is 5, and is there a bonus with the blitz?
Yes, there is the increment
of 2 seconds. So every turn, because the players are playing quite slowly, or at least if I've got this right, Magnus has burned 2 minutes of his clock in the first dozen moves.
I mean, that is kind of insane, honestly. I don't understand it. It almost seems like a psychological ploy, to be honest, because it's really baffling in a very theoretical type position.
Oh, definitely.
To burn so much time.
And we do have some.
You wonder
moves.
what's going through his head.
Maybe he's just waking up himself.
Well, it's 2 o'clock in Leuven. But I know he is a night owl, so as many chess players are.
Knight E4, Rook E8. Was played, and Bishop G5, F6, and where did he go with his bishop?
He's actually hesitating. He's taking his bishop, and now he's moved it back to E3.
Okay.
But massive time advantage here for Leuven Aronian.
Really shocking.
Yeah. And he's keeping it, because, you know, he might need it for later. He is playing the world champion, and now he's played A6, and we see an exchange on C6.
Forced the doubling of the pawns, but from Leuven's point of view, he has a very concrete idea in mind. Winning the 2 bishops, which has already happened, of course, and rerouting his knight back into the center with Knight D5. Eric, I just don't see anything particularly attractive in Magnus's play thus far.
Well, Magnus tends to like to have these, you know, playing against double isolated pawns. There's nothing too attractive in the position, I agree, but he still has at least long-term edge if those pawns stay there. But Black is very active, and that's obviously the benefit of gaining the bishop pair. for those pawns. So I like Black's position.
I think just after this move d4, sorry to interrupt, knight c4 I believe has been played, it looks like that, and now a capture on e5. Just looks like the two bishops, and I hardly see any way of exploiting these guys.
Well, you want to play a move in a ideal circumstance, queen a4, rook a1, and pile on that c6 pawn. I mean, but here I'm not sure White has the time to do that. b2 is hanging and things like that. But I mean, not queen a4, queen c2, rook e1. Magnus doesn't mind giving up the bishop pair. It's available in this position. He just wants easy play. So, for example, knight e3, rook e3, he would just pile up on the e5 pawn. Bishops are very good, but when they're tied down to permanent weaknesses, then
nothing's.
So we got bishop takes e5, by the way.
Special.
So instead of taking on e5 with a pawn, we've seen bishop takes e5 by Leuven, and then after knight takes e5, rook takes e5. So
bishops of opposite
we
color.
no longer have the advantage of the two bishops, but we do have a very strong knight on c4.
Hitting b2 and
probably
e3.
Magnus will play queen c1, b3 here, something like that.
I think you.
And indeed, it looks like he's played queen c1.
And
covering.
a move like queen e7, queen e8 looks normal to try to fracture White's pawn structure. I might even play knight f1 to recapture like that.
I'm more intrigued by the let's get aggressive queen d3.
I'll play knight f1 maybe anyways.
Knight f1 anyway, bishop d5, yeah.
Or you might be
and then you can play b3 and kick me
Well,
back
I want to play
bit.
b3, yeah. No matter what, I want to play b3 without incurring any weaknesses myself. That's the only...
These are just some potential moves, sorry, that bishop d5 or...
That's right. This is the first time that Leuven seems to be going into a deeper thing.
So
he
can
does
actually
have the
make some
luxury.
move.
He's got 3 times as much on his clock as Magnus.
Wow.
But we often find in these situations that the other player ends up equalizing the time. It's like kind of the psychological thing. They know that they can, so they do it. And sometimes they do it prematurely.
But I'm still really taken aback by the very, very slow play.
Of Magnus in the early open.
Yeah, absolutely. Stunning, in fact.
It makes much more sense what Leuven is doing to use it in a position like this, right?
Yeah, where that really needs some thought and
Seems
you know,
critical.
yeah, what your approach should be.
Would you perhaps maybe playing instead of queen d3? What other move possibilities?
I really like the idea of a6, a5 to a4. If you get your pawn to a4, then the idea of b3 really loses a lot of its oomph. a5, b3, knight takes e3, followed by a4, and we do have a lot of trades going on.
We've got, yes, Leuven has made a massive trade on e3.
Oh,
so
he started
with the move queen e8, indeed.
Not queen d3, but queen e8, and b3 right away. Not the knight f1 move that Eric had suggested, and boy, talk about hoovering the pieces off the board. That happened really, really quickly. Now again, a6, a5 really is attractive, but I believe rook d8 was the choice of...
Now that we're in a pretty even-Steven endgame here, I mean, well, actually, White maybe being better with the advantage. We might want to move over to MVL versus Nakamura because it's quite exciting. But first, Eric, what do you think of the evaluation?
I like the way Magnus is playing. It's a bit slow, I mean, in terms of time management, but he's going to try to pick off the a6 pawn. And that's one benefit if he ever gets that. Despite losing the e-pawn, he's going to get an outside pass pawn. Knight c5 is coming in, and I think it's easier to play for White. I think Black's okay, but he's waking up, getting comfortable. I think he's going to have a slight pull in this endgame.
That's right, and I mean, it did seem like Leuven was trying to think of a way to keep the excitement on, but instead traded everything off, which ended up benefiting Magnus, I think. But
a pawn's a pawn, guys. a6, a5. Let's just put that pawn.
Well, Magnus put rook d1 after a5. I don't see how Black would be better, but objectively close to equal. But we've seen Magnus do very well in those situations.
So you're saying that if we're threatening knight b7, then it's going to be hard for you to keep the pawn.
At some point,
then I'll go
but then you can go
a4,
a4, right?
At some point.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of a move like bishop g6, and he has played bishop g6. I'm thinking that on a good day, the rook will come down to e2. Maybe even rook e5. Just boot that knight away, making the maneuver bishop d6, e4 possible.
Well, this game between MVL and Hikaru Nakamura is very exciting because this is really going to show us whether Nakamura is going to be able to come back today. And you're going to see that MVL's king is in G3. So it's the polar opposite from the game we just looked at where all the pieces are traded off the board.
This looks very bad for MVL. I mean,
it does.
Black has a bishop, open lines. The rooks have easier access to white's king. And there's a nasty pin.
Very difficult to play in time pressure, too, with about 1 minute left for each player.
Wow.
This could be it for Nakamura. Remember, they talked about how streaks are so important. If he gets back in this game, he might just start winning games.
Exactly.
So that would be good for all the Nakamura fans. And we have one result. Kramnik has defeated So. So in order to try to get some counterplay in that position, we saw f6 by Maxime, and rook takes f6 by Nakamura.
And I'm just switching back once more to our marquee game between Leuven Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Although they've slow played it, you're absolutely right. It's now Leuven with a slight time disadvantage. Magnus having spent many minutes in the opening. We've just seen bishop e4, rook d8 check. If you could just call out the moves.
That's right, rook d8 check, king h7. Well, you should.
Oh, I should just refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. We got h5 check, king h7, and we do have a result. Hikaru did win.
He did win that game where white's king was just busted open. So on a roll, on a roll of 2 games.
Okay.
Remember, you beat Seirawan in the last round of the Rapids.
And look at this guy's huge move just suddenly appeared on the board. C6, C5,
no.
And that whole configuration of the knight on b7 and rook on a8 is boomeranged.
And now it's been captured. We might want to go to the big board because they are moving extremely quickly now.
Surprisingly,
see what we can make out from
the
camera
computers
shot.
preferred keeping the bishop piling up on the g4 pawn.
0 seconds left for
10 to 8, actually.
10 to 8, indeed.
Okay, and I've been told that Fabi also won.
Yeah, I'd love to see that big board for because it looks like
a draw has been agreed.
A draw has been agreed, indeed.
Okay,
but they were playing some fast and furious moves there in the end.
Draw. So let's go back to MVL and just see how that game concluded.
Topolov Anand.
Topolov Anand is still going on.
Okay, then I'll go to that.
So let's take a quick look at that. It looks like White's up a piece. White is up a piece for a pawn. That looks like trouble for Vishianon here.
Hold on, but there's only the H pawn on the board.
Oh, that's right. There's been a
But it's a dark squared bishop. So it could still be winning.
The thing is, you're gonna just jettison your f pawn if you're black and try to get the king to h3. And
not so easy. Bishop e7, perhaps.
a4.
And that's.
And we see they're playing really quick moves here. It's bishop
e7.
Yeah, should be.
A lot of these moves are on the board actually.
This should be winning, guys.
Wait, why? So I'll play king h5 now. King h5. If you take on f5, I'll play a3, and you're not in time. I'm going to give up all my pawns.
And I'm going to take them too.
Yeah,
I think it's a draw.
You think it's a draw?
And it looks like they have agreed to a draw here.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a Zugzwang in that ending, but yeah, even though the pawns were scattered, there were a lot of them.
Yeah, well, you never have enough time to take the f-pawn with your king, unfortunately. But Topolov was winning there.
Just at this moment, king, why didn't he take this pawn?
I'll play a3, and you play king f4, I'll play a2. Bishop f6, a1.
Yeah, and okay, I see you. I'm just not.
I'm just gonna give up all the pawns. A1.
A1, and then after I queen, I'll capture the queen, but king h4, you'll capture my last pawn.
So round 1 over in the blitz, and it looks like a good start for Nakamura. And let's go over to Leuven for some post-game analysis.
Well, absolutely a good start for the field anyway, because Magnus didn't win with the white pieces. So everybody's happy about that. But one person who cannot be happy is Wesley So, who went down in his game against Vladimir Kramnik. He was chasing Carlsen in second place, his first loss of the entire event. But once again, it's Kramnik in a rook and pawn ending.
I think we can start off with that game because the technique that Kramnik used I thought was quite good. Already around move 21, you start seeing the white got a lot of pressure from the opening couple of bishops, but it was the execution into the rook endgame that I thought was great. If we can go to move, I believe, about 31, you see that white emerged up a pawn in a rook endgame, and here Wesley's trying to be very active, try to come up with a couple of rooks into the 7th rank, try to create threats against the king. But even in blitz, Kramnik is a very cool-headed player. He calculated this for about 30 seconds to a minute. I just was watching him on the corner of my eye, and he just goes c6. He doesn't care about the rook coming into play, and he calculated very precisely that after rook takes d5, rook takes f2, he has the move rook g5, preventing any really sort of threats down on the g file. Wesley just panicked a little bit by trying to defend with rook e2, but after rook c5, which was the last precise move he needed to find, the pawn was just easily going home.
Very strong game by Kramnik. Looks like you don't want to get into a rook and pawn ending with that guy. He defeated Anand yesterday as well in a rook and pawn ending. He might start writing a book on that one. Speaking of the game, Anand actually drew his game, so he's crept a little bit closer to Wesley. That's an important result for him. Aronian also drawing against Magnus, going a little bit closer to Wesley as well. Of course, Magnus drew his game, so he's extended his lead over Wesley. So, an important game, Hikaru Nakamura, showing that he is indeed the king of blitz with the black pieces against MVL, saying, hey, I may be way back in the pack, but if it's blitz, I can string together. Did he say 18 in a row yesterday?
That is what he said. But before we get into this game, I want to point out that Vishy Anand actually blundered a piece today against Topalov. So this is the second game in this tournament that Vishy saves being down a piece.
That's right.
It's very, very impressive for him. The Hikaru game was very topsy-turvy. I think by move 28, if we can go to that position, it's when things really, really went wrong for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Black has just played this move f5, trying to break open the king side. Things are very bad for white. The king on g3 is very exposed. The bishop on b6 is very powerful. There's this problem, so down the pin on the queens. And things went really badly for the French players. He thought that he had this resource. E takes f5 with the idea of queen g4 check, trading off the queens, relieving the pressure, saying, hey, maybe I'll go into an endgame that's not that bad for me. But this is where Hikaru sat down, he thought for a little bit, and he found the key move. Rook 8 d7, which prevents the trade of queens, because now the rook interposes itself on g7, pinning down the queen on the g file, and that's just lethal. There is not enough pieces here to defend the king on g3, and another brilliant move. Rook takes f6, sacrificing, it seems, this rook on d7, but let's remember there's a pin down on the queen. Therefore, after queen h5, rook g7 check, king h3, queen e6 check, king h2, finally the fatal rook h6, coming down on the h file, winning a full queen, and that was all Maxime could take.
This is a crushing attack, and that rook ad7 just shows you what kind of boss this guy is in blitz. Beautiful game. Fabiano Caruana defeated Giri in their matchup, so he's looking to do what he did in Paris, that fine form he showed in the end of the Paris Blitz.
Fabiano finished very well in Paris, and he wants to keep the momentum in Blitz. He's not known as a blitzer, but he's gained a lot of points in Paris. He comes in, he managed to time much better than Anish, and that was actually the key point in that game. Even though Fabiano had a slight edge throughout the game, it was actually the clock that killed Anish. At some point, you heard a loud bang on the floor, and it was Anish that realized had seconds, hit the clock really loud, and echoed through the room as everybody knew Anish was going down.
It is indeed blitz chess. You've got to speed up and manage your time. We'll see if the players can do so. Round 2 set to start in a few minutes.
That's right. Let's see the results after one game of blitz. Well, Magnus is still in the lead. In fact, he's increased his lead because Wesley So went down. And all the players who were doing badly won. Nakamura and Kramnik, they were both in the basement and they both won. So they're both still in the basement, but a little bit closer to that 18 out of 18 that Nakamura predicted. 1 down, 17 to go.
He's on schedule.
And we'll be back in a few minutes for the next round. Hello and welcome back to the Blitz in Leuven. First round saw Nakamura won a lovely game against NVL, and a lot of the other players seem to be in good form. Actually, you would think that the quality of the Blitz so far is quite high. If all of the Blitz games end like this, we won't see the blunders that we've seen in Paris and also even in the Rapid in Leuven. So today we're going to keep a close eye. This round, rather, we're going to be keeping a close eye on the two Americans battle. Wesley So, coming off of a loss, Fabiano Caruana, and both of them are still doing pretty well. So let's see how this opening began. What do we have in the opening, Eric? Do you have it on your board?
In the Wesley So game?
Yeah. We're starting with that game.
I got it up over here. We got a c4, c5.
It's a Queen's Gambit accepted with reverse colors.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know that in such positions, Viktor Korchnoi loved this idea of Queen C2 and a very quick Rook D1. He would always encourage his opponents to play the move D5, D4, and then play against the pawn on D5. So Wesley So to play, and we did see Rook D1. Wesley taking a page from Viktor Korchnoi. Rook C8.
Wesley So losing last game and Caruana winning, so they're actually very tight right now in the standings with 11 points for Wesley and 10 for Fabiano.
So this is a very important game. Put it that way. Well, here the question is, can I essay or get away with the move C takes D5 and try to create an isolated pawn on the D5 square?
I have a good question. Who do you guys think will be the top finishing American? Because I think all three would be valid.
Yeah, that's a good question, Eric. Well, I'll go with Hikaru just because of reputation.
I'll just go with Wesley because of the 3-point lead.
I'll take Fabiano then.
All right.
He's a chess pro.
Our panel is split right down the middle. So CD, ED. So I'm expecting Bishop E2, just getting the pieces out of. But did he play Bishop D3? No, he did play, in fact, Bishop E2.
Meanwhile, FYI, Veselin Tobolov versus Magnus Carlsen is another exciting Najdorf. So if this game ever fizzles out, we'll certainly want to go to that.
Absolutely. Let me just flash on that game for a second. Oh, that's the Kramnik game.
Veselin's played much better than in Paris. That's been nice to see.
Yes, he's really made a very good adjustment.
Yeah, if you want to switch to this game, we certainly can. And this move, Queen F2, you see the knight coming to C4. That's a very typical idea in the Sicilian Dragon. And a queen takes C4 by Magnus. You know, I thought that the Sicilian might be a one-off for Magnus against Wesley. Didn't think he would play it in the Blitz, so it's really exciting to see it on the board.
Yeah.
And what do you think about these positions? Who do you tend to prefer, white or black?
Slight edge for white, or slight preference. I think that the positions after knight D5, bishop takes D5, E takes D5 are a little bit better. It's not so easy for black to get in these moves F6, F5. He does expose his king, and there's always play on the queenside pawns later in the endgame. But I think knight D5 is the key test.
That's right. This often ends up being positional, especially once white plays the move G5, ousting the knight to H5.
Right.
Because a lot of our absolutely violent attacking ideas of H5 are no longer in the menu, so it becomes more of a squares battle.
All the time you see these very, very sharp positions suddenly fizzling into a positional game. And like you say, a fight for the squares.
Although this one, knight c1, kind of brings that into question, because this brings up another idea in the position of perhaps getting the knight to g3. But after Magnus's move b5, that's not a good idea, because b4 would leave the c2 pawn hanging.
Knight c1 looks funny. I mean, when Veselin's going backwards, he often has his worst results. So unless there's...
didn't like that one bit, actually.
b5.
b5 came very quickly.
Knight c1, I think.
Just to go back a quick second, one of the points of knight d5, and as mentioned, taking with the the pawn. The immediate b5, I've got this knight a5, knight c6. So when he stuck his knight back on the c1 square, that positional option isn't available. And he went back.
And that's one of the reasons why people play knight b6 without b5, because they are concerned about the a5 square and the c6 square.
And I believe he just went back, knight b3.
Knight b3.
Got to admit your mistakes sometimes.
Very, very hard to do. But here the idea is, I think he's avoiding jumping to the d5 square. He wants to see Magnus pursue his queenside attack because of knight a4 and knight b6.
Knight a4?
Forking queen and rook. In case of b4, I don't think b4 is a very good move because of knight a4
Do you
to
ever
b6.
play f5 in these positions as black?
Yes, yes.
And try to just open up the f file or either...
And to try to rescue this knight from oblivion, yes.
Yes.
But
Well,
it's a
and that with
double-edged decision.
That queen on f2, it certainly makes f5 look more attractive
Oh
than
my
usual.
goodness, he went b4, knight a4.
Well, actually, Veselin doesn't seem to have played knight a4 yet.
I got an auto update.
He still does.
After knight a4, I imagine...
It doesn't show on the
queen-
camera yet. So.
Yeah, I got an auto update.
Yeah, you're ahead.
Well, there's a lag with the camera.
Yeah, so knight a4 was played indeed, and now knight b6.
That's a big issue suddenly from Magnus. I thought the move b4 was a little ill-timed.
Well,
Yeah,
for example, queen
you can't play rook
c6,
c6 because of knight a5, so that's kind of nice.
So, Eric, you were saying queen c6, knight
Queen
b6?
c6, knight b6, rook b8. This is just the worst version for Magnus because he's weakened his pawns. Is that the point?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes it makes sense. And
Yes.
yeah.
So that's why Magnus is in the tank now.
Right.
In the tank for a blitz game, certainly. Both of them were about 3 minutes, and he's played rook to c7 instead, and Veselin playing knight b6 anyway, queen b5, and sticking a knight on d5, which is kind of what we wanted.
Right.
Bishop takes d5, rook takes d5. And normally we don't get a tempo on the queen when we get this move in.
Exactly.
So that's kind of sweet.
And the move and a position ago when the queen was on c4, Magnus would have had the move f5 in case of capture en passant, knight takes f6 would have hit the rook. So now I'm expecting a move, for example, like rook a5.
Queen d7. Oh, no, now it's
Queen e2 was played, eyeballing the a6.
White's
pawn.
position looks good as long as black's not getting this.
Rook c8, rook c1, protecting. And there's Magnus. Look at him go after the h4 pawn. So he says, go ahead, take my a6 pawn if you would like. I want to capture and queen back to f2.
To protect the pawn.
So I'm pretty sure rook a5 was a far superior choice than queen e2. One of the things I'm very impressed with, by the way, is Veselin readily and blitz. Mistakes come often, and Veselin admitting that he's taking, his mistakes back, so to speak.
Yeah, that's great. And he's keeping a lead on the clock, too. Never easy to
Very
do, I'm sure,
important
against the
in
world
blitz.
champion where
Is
there's that
bishop
extra pressure.
d2 one of White's threats here after queen f2? Just play bishop d2 because
Bishop d2.
you don't really necessarily want to play knight f4 as black. Well, you can just take the pawn. Yeah.
And he's played it. He's played the move you mentioned earlier, f5, cracking open the position.
Well, I don't think Magnus is that happy with the position, but at least it's quite sharp.
Yeah, that is.
Well, I think f5 was actually required. There was too many.
Takes an f6, knight takes f6, and now rook a5 going after that pawn on a6.
No, I think you probably move the knight away and target
h4. Right, exactly.
But
to
first,
my
Magnus
mind,
has to decide what to do about the a6 pawn, or do you think he's going to give that up now?
This game is
rook
going the
c6,
distance.
Rook c6 would probably be automatic, but
No, but he's played knight
knight
h5,
h5.
attacking the pawn first. Veselin with a quick bishop g5, saying, I'll take the a6 pawn later.
Exactly.
And rook f8 now, targeting f3.
Exactly.
And
Weaknesses for both sides, but there's a queen b6 in he didn't play queen b6. He went for queen d2, hitting d6, b4, queen f3. This game is really sharpened up dramatically.
bishop takes c7, rook takes c7, queen d6.
Queen f6. There's a
Queen
rook
f6
takes.
offering the trade of queens instead.
No way. Queen
Veselin's
takes
just
b4.
snapped off the pawn on b4, and this is a great shot. We see 40 seconds for Magnus and 2.5 for Veselin Topala.
Veselin is playing a beautiful control
Now
game.
you just push the
a4,
pawn, probably, yeah.
and he's done
That
it.
time advantage.
And the world champion is in trouble.
Big time.
Yes.
And
Big time.
this is going to open the tournament wide open, just like it was a couple rounds ago.
Queen c4, very nice move, pinning. A5.
Boy, Vesselin's a spoiler. He keeps beating people at the top of the cross table, but he hasn't won yet.
No, he has
And we've seen
not.
stranger things happen here. Magnus, of course, also getting some counterplay. He's just played a queen f2, so Vesselin can't just continue to push the pawn with a6. He's got a lot of time,
Knight
though.
c5 is
Nice move, blocking.
blocking, and now get that pawn going.
Yeah.
A6.
I mean, there's not enough time to calculate it. He's playing queen c3, though. I don't.
Hitting the e5 pawn.
But notice, so knight e2 allows queen takes e5 check, but then after f6, is that super clear? But
rook
anyway,
e7.
rook e7 was played instead by Magnus. Now knight e2 double attack in the position.
Exactly.
I guess you could always have queen e1 though. So
And
knight e2, there is the move queen e1.
And
so
he
that
has played a6, allowing this knight e2.
Well, that's just a
What did he-
blunder.
Yeah, what was the idea behind that?
I don't know. Maybe he thought he could
Queen
give it
b4.
up and
Oops.
still queen.
Oops.
Yeah.
A big
blunder.
turnaround, big
and
blunder.
he was up 2 minutes, so...
He was up 2 minutes. Well, come on, you got to play king takes
Can he
either.
at least play knight d3 here or something, with something in take and a7?
He's played rook b7, and now shouldn't he just capture that knight on c1?
Well, you can, but I'll play h3 and I queen with check very quickly.
Okay.
Now
Just
he's
be
done
game
this
over.
knight d3 idea. Note that the rook on e7 is hanging now.
But we'll drop back with the queen on f6, and that pass h pawn is more dangerous,
That's
most
right.
dangerous.
This queen f6 move is holding everything together. And now you see Vesselin shaking his head. We were saying you can't count these victories until they're in the bag. So Carlsen's
Oops.
knocking over all the pieces is Vesselin. He's played queen c3, but now after h2.
And queen
Queen
f4 or queen f2, I'm sorry.
He wants to
Queen
play queen
f2.
g1 next and cover
Away
the
we
a7
go.
square and queen.
Oh, that's a
And meanwhile,
gorgeous,
that rook on e7 just defends against a7. And
the great geometry of this move. Oh, a very impressive turnaround.
misstep by Topalov. But let's move over to the So game, because that's still playing. And we had looked at that earlier. That's our two American stars, and that looks like it's still very
Fabiano is
rich.
down a piece, unfortunately. In this
Well,
Wesley So.
unfortunately for
for him,
something, for
for him. No, earlier on he had a very good position. That's why I was following that, and he messed up the attack.
All
So
right.
So this should be technically won now.
And a time advantage for
Time
Wesley.
advantage.
So 30
And-
seconds, 9 seconds for Fabiano. Any technical problems here for Wesley, though? It's never easy.
Not with these guys. These guys are so resourceful. They're fantastic at finding any chance that the position might offer them. And
So you're saying their resources are even stronger than their technique? It does seem that way, doesn't it?
at times. Bishop c5, making it as annoying as possible.
these knights look like a lot of fun to play with.
I know. In Blitz, the knights are fantastic pieces. Knight f5 check.
That's right, but
look at
Wesley,
that.
only 9 seconds left on the clock we see now.
Knight h6, jettisoning the d5 pawn. Rook takes d5, rook takes f7 check. He's played...
And it looks like this is now, Nakamura has drawn his game, so he hasn't gotten his streak, but So's just clipped a pawn. Is this even easier now? Don't lose on time, guys. 10
that,
seconds
10.
left about for each player, so
Each player
it's getting very tense. But
h5.
He's not losing that f2 pawn, so still good for white.
yeah, I mean we just have a piece for a pawn, right?
Not very good coordination of the knights, and Wesley
He's going to have to
trying,
reroute things.
Yeah.
But we've got time, right? We've got time, not on the clock, but we've got time.
In
It's
the
not
position.
like Black is doing anything in the meantime as we try to improve our pieces, right? And that's
Well-
exactly what Wesley's trying to do.
Well, that h5 pawn can be a useful distraction.
That's right. You think at some point he'll just play h4 and try to distract us.
Yes. But a very good move. Now the knights are
But now we
beginning
have
to...
knight g6, don't we?
Yes, and he's
And,
done it, and he's
that's-
forked king and pawn.
And that was an important pawn,
Yes.
giving us some counterplay. So this
And
looks
now-
very good now.
Yes.
And we see again, actually, Eric called it that those knights were going to become hard to defend in blitz. Indeed, isn't there a? Okay, so now there's a rook c6 in the position, so he has to be a little careful.
Ooh,
Yo, what
Fabiano
square is
pressing
that?
the clock without actually putting the piece properly on the square.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he didn't do it on purpose. And,
no.
Totally, in this position, it turns out to be totally fine. But now you notice that the rook is in the way. Wait, why can't we just take that and play knight c4?
Ooh.
But now there's a, that's
the F2 pawn somehow
F2
got
pawn
clipped.
has left the board, which can't be good. I think he was thinking knight c4, but of course we don't really want to play knight and rook versus rook. But he's lost on time.
Yes.
Fabiano Caruana has lost on time. You can see he was struggling to make those moves quickly enough.
Exactly. And he may have had a draw just at the end there, but of course the time pressure
That's
was
right.
the deciding factor.
Indeed, and certainly Wesley was going to try with the 2 knights. And we have all the games done. And the only decisive game was that one where Veslin was actually winning against Carlsen and slipped up, missing the basic knight e2 check, probably missing some variation after knight e2. Most likely he saw that there was a fork.
Yes, but it was a bad we and Magnus increases his lead thanks to this. Thoughts, Eric, as well as results, by the way, if we could review those.
Well, if this continues, that Magnus is going to run away with it. If he can win these lost positions, he normally gets good positions. So, I mean, we'll just wait and see. But Topalov there, inexcusable, up 2 minutes, and he had a good position. He had an extra pawn. It was very sharp. It wasn't easily winning by any means, but to lose that as quickly as he did was just not what you want to do in blitz. You got to try to prolong the game as much as possible. So far, very good for Magnus fans.
I feel like he must have missed something with maybe like attacking the rook on e7. I don't think like he straight up missed knight e2. And when you say inexcusable, man, we've seen worse.
Yeah,
we've seen worse in rapid. So I gotta give my heart out to Veselin Topalov. He tried his best. Wasn't good enough. But we do have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with Wesley So, who was also victorious today.
Yes, Wesley So, finally a blemish on his event here, losing the last round. Extending the lead was Magnus, but needing to keep pace with Wesley today. This last round you won, but it wasn't that easy.
Yes, no, I wasn't playing very well this game, and also I missed some moves. Yeah, and even in this final position, it's I've been found it very difficult to win, even though a piece up for only a pawn. Well, it's clear I have to play better and I have to play more careful, but good thing the day is still early. I still have time to improve.
Do you feel the pressure of Magnus having a lead, extending it, especially at the last round, and then magically again winning this last round he played? Do you feel like maybe you might have to push a little bit harder to be able to catch him, or at least to keep him in your sights?
No, not really. I'm just, minding my own marathon. I don't really feel pressure even if he wins all his games in the blitz. I'm just keeping my own pace, just play my own game. I feel pressured by the strength of my opponents. I mean, Vladimir in the first game, he put tons of pressure on me with his favorite Reti opening, which looks very harmless at first sight, but he's very good with it. The pressure comes from my strong opponents, not from Magnus.
Indeed, you have a lot of opponents to go, 7 more rounds. Today, get your rest and play well for the next game.
Thank you. Do my best.
Wesley So still in 2nd place after a win against his countryman, Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Wesley.
And let's take a look at the results after this important round in which we saw 2 leaders do the job and get victories in. Magnus Carlsen with a 1.5 lead off the field. Meanwhile, Wesley So is trying to keep pace. He just won a game. Nakamura still in the basement, but I think he's going to get some points.
Interestingly, if you look at the basement, Vladimir Kramnik and Hikaru Nakamura are keeping pace with Magnus with 1.5 points from their first 2 games. So it's the top and the bottom that are outperforming.
It's actually it's very tight at the bottom, actually. There's a 5-way tie for last.
Well, exactly.
So somebody's going to come out of that basement and soar, that's for sure.
Exactly.
We were in Paris. The guys, Nakamura and Carlsen, were like +5 on the field. At this moment, first and last is only +5. It's a much tighter field, which is really good. I mean, to have 5 guys I didn't have, so everyone is, except Nakamura can't go 18 out of 18 anymore.
Yeah.
He did have a draw, so.
Still so many games to be played. We have 7 more games in the Blitz. We have 9 rounds of Blitz. We've just gone through 2, and it's getting exciting, Jen.
That's right. We'll be back in a few minutes for more. Hi, Kimmy.
Well, Alejandro and I like to go about town, and Leuven has certainly proven to be a great place to be. And of course, you know we're going to look for some chess spots, and we happen to find some fans of the game.
So Dimitri, the Grand Chess Tour is coming into Leuven. How do you feel about that?
I'm really excited. I'm very happy it's in Belgium because it's been 10 years or something that we have such great players here playing a tournament. And certainly my hometown Leuven, it's almost a dream come true.
It's a nice city. Okay. Let's continue.
Maurice learning from Hikaru. If he's in a bad position, he plays fast.
All right, I don't want to have too much fun anymore.
Why not?
Let's play regular.
Did you get scared?
Yep. Terrified. Terrified. Ooh. That was fun.
Wow.
More fun.
Oh.
No, not nice guy.
That's cheating.
Not nice guy.
That's cheating. Tactics are cheating.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Not bad, actually. I think that was like a pretty close game.
I was a 2250 player.
Apparently. I caught that.
Wonder it was work. Tell us about your club. You guys must have a good time playing chess here.
Yeah. We originated about 5 years ago, approximately, and we started playing with lots of my mates, and we're university students, so we basically made the club about university students so they could play, and we had a lot of good times, and we went to the championship, and we won a championship in our local community. So it was it's very nice.
Where is the queen? All right, I don't know what you're doing. If I take check this. You won one!
Yeah, won.
Can't believe it. I lost a game in Europe.
Yeah. Well, we had a nice time out here playing chess with the Dark Knights Chess Club. I finally got a victory off this guy, although he beat me 2 games, so it doesn't count. But I figured you out, Alejandro. You're toast from that one.
Shame. Shame's all I can say.
But it's great to be out here. The chess energy is amazing. They have all kinds of activities planned. And of course, it's a Grand Chess Tour here in Leuven. We're looking forward to all the action coming up soon.
and welcome back to round 3 coverage of the Blitz in Leuven, Belgium. We've had excitement so far as Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So both doing well. As I mentioned, very tight at the bottom. Right. So there are going to be some surprises as some of those basement dwellers rise to riches.
Absolutely, and we saw it with Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, both getting 1.5 points, as did Magnus Carlsen from the first 2 Blitz games. Looking at the marquee game, how can you not help but love Magnus Carlsen versus Vishy Anand? Vishy, one of the premier Blitz players in his heyday, in his reign. And can he hold Magnus Carlsen?
Well, somebody's got to stop Magnus. I mean, Magnus is just crushing. I couldn't help myself but kind of be excited that Veselin was winning, not because I have any general rooting interest, just because I wanted the tournament to be close.
Exactly. And right now he has, what, a 2-point lead? Or is it a 2 or 1.5?
I think it's 2 because he won and Wesley drew the last round. So
no, Wesley won.
Oh, that's right. He did win.
Yeah,
okay, then,
so it should be 1.5. Yeah. So we will review that in a second. And
we do have a
Nimzo Indian, not an opening that we've seen as often in this tournament.
Now transposing into a Ragozin with D6, D7, D5. An immediate capture on D5.
Anand could really use a win because he's getting dangerously close to the middle of the pack now.
He had such a great start in the Rapids, but then he fell off there. Now, H7, H6 is standard, and he hesitated. Interesting. Ooh, this is the sharp line.
Yes.
Bishop, H4. This
inviting
really
G5.
Or C5, and he didn't, he soft played it still with knight B8, D7, did Vishy.
Soft play and slow play. Those are your favorite words.
Yeah. E2, E3, and now came G5. Okay. So now we're getting into the really fun stuff with knight E4.
Yeah.
Indeed. So this is the exciting games that we're looking for in the Grand Chess Tour Blitz. Who do you prefer playing these types of positions, black or white?
In this exact line, I think it's the better prepared player. I actually have always had a slight preference for white in such structures, what we call the Carlsbad structure, especially, when the move G7, G5 has been induced because of the F5 square, and we immediately seeing Magnus pouncing on control of this F5 square. King F8, a very good move.
The king to the dark squares is pretty safe there, although
exactly.
as Yasser said, F5 is good, and if you ever get your knight to F5, sometimes you play knight F1, G4, knight G3, a couple other ways, then that might be bad. But
that's the dream.
And Magnus has managed to castle queenside, so this is just what we love to see. You know, he's had 2 games in a row now with castling on opposite sides.
Exactly. So knight F6, knight F3. It's very hard to maneuver knight to the F5 square. Sometimes you have to go through some contortions. So a different approach. Magnus was aiming for a knight E5 and F4 Philidor style attack. This move, knight G4, I think was a very good move by Vishy. It's a defensive move on the one hand, preventing knight at E5, but it's also keeping white honest by attacking the F2 square.
Right, so we might end up taking on C3 at some point, since you can't take back with the queen is what you would prefer to do.
Exactly. Very well. And
it happened. King B1, Bishop C3, BC3. But so, I'm not sure I like that. I think I like this as white. I mean, black no longer has the bishop pair, and at some point white could play C4. That king position isn't easily reached at all.
How about if we just start with some move like B5, try to blast things open with B4?
Well, with B4, I'll play C4 probably. If you
I'm thinking you still don't forget about your development. Okay, after this move, Rook H1.
Preparing E4.
Preparing H4. It releases the black Rook as well. The black Rook no longer has to keep guard. But I'm sitting there thinking, you either play C6, C5, or Bishop E6. I probably slightly prefer Bishop E6 and just get the pieces out. But I think C5 is definitely on black's menu.
He played F5.
Wow, F5.
I'm still with the idea that if you take twice on F5, F2 is hanging, and that's why Magnus immediately overprotected.
But now E4 is no longer playable, so
that
Rook
was
F8.
Yeah,
nice
which
move.
Was played. Yeah, F5. I didn't consider that move, but that was a good, well-timed defensive play. Vishy playing very well. Going to be hard for the world champion to break through black's defenses at this moment.
Now he's played this move Queen B2.
You might want to play C4 and a discovered D5 on a good day.
Instantly A5, and
well,
that
then
was
C4. I'll play C4.
Yeah, instantly.
Instead, knight e1 by Magnus. So he might be preparing to kick that knight out of dodge at some point.
B5 came very quick. Well, F3, knight takes E3, and I can cement the knight with
F4, right? So you can't play queen D2, you just have F4.
Well, I'm not sure, because
Black might be doing quite well here. It seems like Black is quicker, and White will have to really compromise his pawn structure to try to get this F3 in. I'm not sure. Knight C2, F3, but then
the knight can always go back,
to
F6.
back to F6,
I mean,
and you
no
still
biggie.
can't play E4. You still can't play E4, whereas Black can play B4, can play Rook B8, or...
Well, the big question for me, guys, is whether F2, F3 is playable, because...
You mean right now?
Right now.
Well, just say knight F6 after, let's say you can't
And
take
he's
it.
played bishop C2. His knight on E1 is kind of in a hospital.
So
world
trying to go
champion,
to D3.
and maybe
Yeah.
to C5 to
I like
slow-
bishop A6 and B4.
I like B4 right away with the same concept, Eric. I'm with you. Bishop A6.
And B4 was played. Quick
This is
takes on
looking
B4
good.
by...
I mean, it just played quicker for Black. Rook B8, bishop A6.
No. I like bishop A6 followed by rook H8, B8. Get everybody into the party
But that's
over
not
there.
what happened. He just took back on B4, and now after bishop B3, there's still some partying to be
For
had.
sure, this is good for Black, as whether
Yes.
he executes it properly. But this is
because we can double on
tables
the
have turned a bit.
We can double on the A file eventually. No, he chose this moment to go back with knight F6, eyeing that juicy C3 square. We can't allow knight E4 and knight C3.
I think
No way.
we're going to have to compromise our pawn structure with F3,
Yes.
but then bishop
But then
A6
bishop A6 and E3 is falling.
extremely tender.
So Magnus chose another move. I think he
Rook
just played
C.
rook C2. But now after knight E4, is he played just to sack the exchange?
Knight E4, knight C3.
Knight E4 happened, and now it looks like he played knight D3, and we do have an exchange.
He wants to
after
give up
knight
the exchange
C3.
and put a knight on E5. And
That will be good compensation,
Yes.
because that knight is pretty awesome looking
This
on that outstanding E5 square.
reminds me-
Can we break open position first with F4 and try to play bishop F5?
You're giving up lots of pawns
I
for
know. Bishop A6.
You can do it. You can do it. I'm just not sure.
Bishop
will do
A6.
it.
I think I would just plant that knight in the middle of the board here.
I like what,
knight E5.
I really like what Magnus has done. He did this against Kramnik when he got
Queen
attacked as well.
C5?
But he chose queen
That's
C5.
a terrible
Just
move.
bishop D3, Queen C5, and that pawn on C5 is
Yeah.
going to
Oh
fall.
That
my
seems horrible.
goodness, what a terrible strategic decision. Queen
He just blundered.
C5
He forgot bishop D3 was a check.
was a
Yeah.
check.
That's what he blundered.
So now
this is
it's
a
all
horrible endgame with that bishop on
No,
the
and
the Magnus-
F4
Oh,
and
this is a losing
Vichy.
endgame.
Yes, Vichy is
He's
just
going to convert
Oh,
this.
he is. He
What
thought
a
he had a
mistake.
pleasant choice between sticking a knight on C5 and E5. He
Yeah.
just forgot about that in-between move.
now. Oh, I'm surprised. Rook B4, Rook B5, and just take that C5
you
pawn
just
off the
He's
board.
bringing the king in. I guess you could even play king.
King D4, right?
Yeah, king to D4.
Okay, didn't I see what you're saying? Didn't compromise.
Well, the position is so bad that
So
there's a lot
bad.
of ways to play.
So bad. Oh, excellent.
And now
Oh.
we're also cutting off the king. I mean, Magnus is going down. We thought he was going to go
Magnus
down
is
last
going
round.
down, and he was making a comeback.
Well, as you
Game.
say, don't count the chickens. They haven't hatched yet.
What are you going
But
to do?
this is much more hashable than
This is-
last round. Last
Okay,
round, best when we saw there was always going to be counterplay.
Vichy is playing really well. You can't play king B2 because of D4.
Now he's
And
bringing his rook back to A8. He's ready to go rook E8 and bring the other rook into the fray. And that's going to get ugly once we bring in a second rook. That's why Magnus quickly played rook E3. But
Yeah.
after rook A5...
I just want to go
Now he's-
H4, pardon me. I just want to go H5, H4.
Right, that is what Vichy is exactly what he's setting up to do with this move, rook H3, and he's played it.
Yeah,
And now he's traded
Break
off a
up the
pair of
team.
rooks, and he gets to win C5.
exactly. And then it's two connected passed pawns and rook versus bishop.
We'll
And
see
that's what we see in the
resignation
board.
soon.
Yeah, very nice.
And now we're just winning
Really
these
beautiful
pawns.
play. Just really beautiful play by Vichy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we are waiting.
To be fair, it was a pretty easy conversion after that blunder. And
Queen C5 was just horrendous. Horrendous move by the world champion.
Can you say somebody makes a move too quickly in blitz? Don't be so
Maybe
fast, Magnus.
he might have been playing quicker because last game he was a bit slow. I'm not sure.
So we often say rooks belong behind pass pawns, but in this particular situation, it's nice to have the rook on the 8th rank, controlling both the H and A pawns.
By the way, funny enough,
Ooh.
I was in person when Anand beat Magnus in a rook and bishop endgame in the World Blitz Championships 2014, and Magnus blundered completely there. It's a very popular video on YouTube, but it was kind of similar to this.
And it looks like
why did he have to play c3 and not d4? I'm not 100% sure I like this conversion technique. This didn't...
Yeah, sir, I don't think this is winning because you're going to pick up the pawn on... There's no way to...
The game has finished.
Has it been a draw?
No, I can't imagine it's...
It's a draw.
It's a draw, has been agreed.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, because he's winning, he's just losing d5.
So we got
after
to this...
After king coming to d4 and
bishop
e6.
We got to this position after
Yikes.
a6. For some reason, c3 was played. I have no idea why he played c3.
He probably forgot that... After a7, he was going to have to
Magnus can
immediately go after that board.
I mean, it's all breaking beautifully.
But let's go over to Caruana. But that was an absolute master save by Magnus. Brutal. Even bigger, much bigger.
Well, I'm not going to speak anymore that somebody's going to win because if it didn't happen this game,
that was horrendous.
Any position.
And let's take a look at Fabiano Caruana versus Nakamura.
We have it, and the last move was g4.
I like it. Trying to play g5.
The big weakness here is the d5 pawn. White has basically trained 4
so h6
units.
Should be played pretty quickly, or no? Oh, okay.
Against that pawn, and
rook c5.
So now
the intent had been g5, but that would only chase the knight to the e4 square.
And then g5 would be hanging. That's the idea with rook c5. Then you have
exactly.
rook g5. So maybe
h4, which was played.
Slowly improving the position.
Rook c8.
Fabiano's looking for revenge after yesterday's very sharp game.
He has forced the knight. I'm thinking the queen needs to come to d4, so I
you
want to
play rook d7?
I'm thinking maybe rook d... Well, I was going to go rook d2 to c2, pinning the bishop because of this queen d4 check, but rook d7 was
I guess you maybe want to play queen d4, queen f6, and maybe take that bishop on c4.
Bishop takes a2. Is the question.
Well, then just queen d4?
Oh, queen d4 check.
And you have some tactical issues, because I can take and play rook d8.
Very good, exactly. And in fact, that's what he's set up now. He's set up to do. And now the question is, can we
but
get
Nakamura doesn't fall for those, unfortunately.
Rook c4 was not played.
Bishop
rook
d6.
D1, bishop e6.
Can you
20 seconds left in the clocks, guys. And here we go. And we do see we see the position now, the clock's going down for Nakamura,
down 14
for Caruana,
seconds.
rather.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
He's got only 10 seconds left on the board.
Don't forget, he lost an earlier game on time. And
he can take on f7 here. That's a tactic.
He did.
And
then queen d7, takes c8, and just play this endgame up a pawn, very weak pawn on e4.
Nice one by Fabi, and Nakamura playing king d7, trying to play as quickly as possible,
queen takes
taking
a2.
on a2.
Well, this is a very good endgame.
Rook d8.
Threatening back rank, threatening mates around black's king.
Indeed, but Fabi's just played a solid move. Queen to h8, c3. He's trying to play rook h8. Trying to play rook h8 and get after that
hold on.
h7. We got to be careful.
There's a queen g4 check in the position. Be careful, Jen. There's a queen
king
g4
h2 is a very good move, by the way.
Which was played.
Yeah.
Queen f5.
And now f4 is what the engine says was dead winning.
Queen c4 check instead was played, and now he's had to bring back his rook and queen
this
f5
isn't so
check.
clear. You just play queen f5 and you're constantly threatening these checks.
Well, he just needs to, after the...
Will he play for a win like he did against Wesley, or take a draw? Oh, wow. What square is that queen on?
G3. It's on c5.
King went to g3. Queen e6. We saw Hikaru Nakamura gambling.
Here. And we saw a trade, and now 10 seconds left on the clock. They've built up some time, but even...
It looks like it's heading to a draw.
Look at how you play so quickly.
Nakamura is definitely faster than Fabiano.
No question about it. Rook g5 and this e-pawn. Can this e-pawn go at the board? e5, look at the... Ooh.
Fabiano getting dangerously low on time, but now he's ready to put his king into f6.
Exactly.
But first he's played rook a7. Nakamura is stopping to think for the first time in several moves.
h5. Well,
H5,
that's an en
passant.
But now king f... Rook check.
Nice.
Rook takes. And...
What just happened? Huh. Well, I guess Nakamura can at least distract us and get the H-pawn.
He's played very well. I mean, I think you just push the A-pawn down the board, pick up the H-pawn or the E-pawn, and the king is in the right position.
Is there a check in the position?
Fabiano almost flagged 1 second. Oh, man. No.
Okay, there we go.
He almost flagged, and then he's like, that's it.
Whoa, a draw, a dramatic draw.
But yes, Fabiano did almost flag. I mean, that's a problem.
He smiled right after the game.
So much faster.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, no,
so much faster than Fabiano.
Just a second. Okay, so like the point was, go to your board for a second there, Eric.
Yes.
Because there was a moment.
That was the last game that finished, by the way. Every other game was drawn, except for Kramnik beat Leuven.
Right. If you can bring up the Fabiano position just at the very end.
Which position?
At the rook ending. Just at the very end when Fabiano had an H-pawn. I thought there was a rook check and an H7 move. Did Fabiano miss a hidden win here? Keep going forwards. Yes. Go. Yes. Take it. And just here, was there a check in H7?
Queen and I play King G7.
Ah, very good. Okay, yes. All right. I just... If things went really by, and I said, "Oh, wait a minute, there was a check in H7."
Yeah, it's too hard to follow.
Eric, summarize what happened in this third round. That was dramatic.
I mean, we didn't get to see Kramnik won again against Aronian. Aronian was doing very well yesterday. He's had a couple setbacks since then. Otherwise, we had a couple draws: Magnus drawing, Topalov drawing MVL, and Wesley So drawing. So Magnus still keeping his lead, nobody catching up there. Yeah, we had 4 draws, even though it didn't feel like it. So.
Vladimir Kramnik.
But the games have been really exciting. We can't complain there.
And we've got Maurice with our world champion Magnus Carlsen after 2 saves.
Very good.
We are with Magnus the Magician. After that game, I don't know what he's conjured up. Magnus, you were dead lost, to say the least, and then somehow you managed to save that game. How is it possible?
Yeah, well, I thought I was doing all right, at least from practical point of view, and then I just blundered everything away in one move. And
Queen C5.
Yeah, Queen C5. I just thought I'd exchange queens and be fine in an ending with a strong knight, but I just missed his insert to check, and then I'm of course completely lost. Yeah.
What do you think happened at the end, though? It just seemed like it would be so easy. Was he in time pressure, or when he played his move?
Well, there wasn't so much in time pressure. I don't know what happened, so you'll have to ask him.
Okay. Well, continue playing well, and we'll look forward to seeing your games.
Yeah, sure.
Again, magical play by Magnus. How it happened, and now he's definitely gotten a nice lead, a good cushion in the tournament so far.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Magnus. And here's our results after 3 rounds, Jen.
That's right. Wesley So with 12.5 and Magnus with 14, maintaining that 1.5 point lead. And again, everybody at the bottom is racing to try to see who can pull apart from the pack. Nakamura, MVL, 2 Blitz legends tied for last. Other thing we can notice is that Anand and Aronian still there in the hunt.
And the most unexpected guy who's coming out of the basement there was Vladimir Kramnik, because Vladimir, in an interview, was talking about the poor play that he had, and sometimes it's like his mind just clicked off, that he's got 2.5 out of 3 to start the blitz.
So he's figured some way to stop the blunder.
Excellent.
If he can put that in a bottle, he can sell it for a lot of money.
A lot of money. Let's go to Belgium and check in with Maurice and Alejandro.
Well, that was absolutely a crazy occurrence with Magnus somehow managing to save that game. He keeps his nice little lead. It's a good cushion to have, but if you've got to win the games when Magnus just offers them to you.
Yeah, no, Anand is going to be kicking himself for that one. Such a clear win. He botched it up, and there's nothing you can say about it.
Just an incredible, incredible mistake and lost opportunity for Anand to get a big point out of Magnus Carlsen. You just don't get that every day. There are other games that transpired. This one, Kramnik managed to beat Aronian. Aronian was trying to stay somewhere in the hunt, but Kramnik was having none of it.
Kramnik outplayed Aronian pretty convincingly, and he had been winning most of the game. Actually, the pressure from the really get-go was building up very quickly, and Aronian is just lost in this position, but 6 seconds for each. I was watching the game live, and bang, bang, bang came the moves on the clock. Everybody still had a little bit of time. They were move 40, move 50. So they had accumulated some increment. But these guys were only in move 28, which meant they had to play even faster than the other players. So after queen takes e5, Aronian played rook d1 check, which looks like Kramnik blundered something, but actually he has everything under control. He had to find the move king g2 with the idea that after bishop f1 check, king f3, you get an extra tempo in the attack, and we'll see how that's important in just a little bit. Instead, he puts the bishop on f1. Aronian takes it with the bishop, and here kind of a little blunderfest starts happening because both sides had 6 seconds. Queen c5 check is one of the 2 winning moves, but much more precise is to bring the rook into the game with rook b8. This is not that bad though. The problem here is rook f3 check, which surprisingly, even though the king goes into the center, you think that's dangerous for the king. Actually, the king is much, much safer. There isn't a good way to check from the light squares because of a lot of discoveries based on the bishop on f1. However, after king e6, queen f5 check, king d6.
Now, at this point, the Indians are saying black is fine. Just because of what you described, they should be able to save it. But with those few seconds left on the clock, it was just too hard to keep up.
That was the problem. After queen f8 check, here Aronian has 2 realistic choices. I don't think you can consider going back or to e5. You can go to e6, which is a draw. You will only have repetition of moves as white, even though it looks scary. There's queen g8, there's queen f5, things you need to calculate. Aronian instead played the weak move queen c6, and here...
King to c6.
Sorry, king to c6, and here's where Kramnik exploited it very nicely. He played the move queen e8 check, and I think Aronian must have forgotten one of 2 things. Either he forgot that after rook d7 the bishop is no longer defended, which would leave white in equal material a huge attack, or that after king b7, queen takes a4, he doesn't have the discovery, neither bishop b5 check attacking the queen, nor is bishop h3 checkmate, because the queen is now, after all these maneuvers, attacking this rook on d1. If you move the rook, you lose the precious tempo. Therefore, the game is just over.
Terrible way to go down for Aronian. That gives Kramnik yet another win. Remember how badly he played in blitz in Paris. At least this is day 1. He's going to want to build on that as the tournament goes on. The rest of the games were drawn. So, as we said, Magnus still with a nice, comfortable edge. He's going to see whether or not he can clean up from his bad play from this round and play better in the next round.
Guys, and we're taking a look at our results after 3 rounds of blitz. Jennifer.
That's right. One more quick look at this. We've got Magnus Carlsen. Can he keep going? Can he keep saving positions? Or is he actually going to get some good positions and win and increase his advantage even more? It seems like it almost doesn't matter.
Well,
He's saving the bad ones.
Well, it's like to win any strong tournament, you need a good dose of luck, and Magnus has had it so far.
And it's a resilience. He's never giving up. Even that, making sure that he had this idea of the a7 and king b3 in case Anand missed it, and he did.
He did.
And we're going to be back with more in just a few minutes and see if Magnus can continue making magic. and welcome back to Leuven, where we are in our second stop of the Grand Chess Tour, and we're now in the blitz portion. And the big story is Magnus Carlsen seems to be saving everything.
Well, he's got 2 out of 3, Jen, and let's face it, he had 2 dead loss positions, scoring so well. I mean, he's got the wind in the sails, and he played so great in the second day of the Rapids, that 4-0. Put him in first, and he's maintaining his lead thanks to his opponents failing to execute him from lost positions.
That's right. We should give him a bit of credit, though. Very resilient, very reminiscent
As
of Nakamura,
always.
who's always so resilient in blitz as well.
Yes.
And I think that he easily could have had half out of 3 in these 3 games.
Easily.
And that would have completely blasted the tournament wide open. Instead, Magnus Carlsen in a very commanding lead.
1.5 points, though, not so commanding, but a nice lead. A nice lead,
especially considering he's saving positions like that. What's going to
Yes.
happen when he starts getting good positions?
Exactly.
I mean, that's a real concern, right, Eric? If he actually gets good positions, he's going to be completely unbeatable.
Yeah, no, his conversion is like pretty much second to none for the in my opinion. So, it's if people keep putting him under pressure in bad positions, okay, he could, you know, find himself in trouble. But it's about time. He's due for a good position pretty soon. And that's,
He's due
that's
for a
not
good
gonna be-
position.
He's due for a good position, but he's playing MVL with White. That's going to be a very exciting game to follow. MVL hasn't followed up with the same success he's had in Paris so far in front of his home crowd. So.
And guys, I do see this is the marquee matchup.
That's right.
Because MVL, big Najdorf player.
We've got a
It's
Queen D4 Sicilian, which
Magnus,
is
one of the world experts in this line.
Knight S6 by Maxime. Sometimes
He's going to play C4 here, Bishop H3.
Now, there's also a way to play
Few
without
sidelines.
playing C4 and try to castle queenside and keep his perfect record of castling queenside
It's
whenever
true.
he can.
But usually when Magnus plays this, he tries to put in a bind and just slow play things, avoid a bit of theory.
But in my opinion, it's a great time to think in a blitz KM.
Well, I mean, if you're going to play Queen D4, you're pretty committed to either Bishop B5 check, as was played, or C4. But he slowed it. He thought it over there to play Bishop B5. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Maroxy for white. Once you've traded the light squared bishops, and to my way of thinking, black has an easier game with that trade. After all, he is ahead in development. And there is this very interesting line with Queen G4, right? And Magnus is...
Queen takes G2. We have this
right.
on the board.
And
so
Rook
Magnus
G1 is
keeping.
basically
I don't know
box
this
here.
line at all for white, by the way.
Well,
looks
I
like
think
a pawn to me.
it was Gary Kasparov versus the rest of the world. Remember when Microsoft hosted that extraordinary event? But I think that was with Queen E6, right?
Well,
that was
and
with
what
Queen E6,
happens
not
if
in a
knight
C4
E5
line,
right now?
Right.
Is knight E5 just going into an endgame?
Well,
oh, you played rook F1?
Yes, he played rook F1.
Okay, rook G1 runs into knight E5.
Aha, sorry, thank you. Rook G1 would have been met by this nice move, knight E5, a move I hadn't considered, so we saw rook F1 instead. And,
What's the comp here? If I play G6, Bishop G7, or...
Right, that's the big question. G6 and Bishop G7, kind of an automatic. Rook
He's
C8
doing well,
first.
he's being consistent, getting tough positions.
And the big question is, where's the comp? Well, Bishop G5. What else? Well, Bishop G5, Knight E5 again. Knight takes E5, Queen takes G5. That's not what White wants to see. So where do you stick your bishop? Bishop D2? That doesn't impress anybody.
No, especially with that pawn on C4, we don't really like
A3.
I don't think Magnus wants
Magnus is in terrible shape here. This is just a ridiculous move. A3.
It's setting up a nifty little move. If you play knight A5 thinking about attacking C4, I'm going to throw in C5 and things get a little dicey.
Right, because you're bringing your queen into
But
D5.
what are we talking about here, Eric? Just go G6 like you suggested, Bishop G7.
Yeah, that's what... No, for sure. Maxime is a very... he knows how to play the Sicilian, so I expect him to just develop, and then he's going to start attacking. He's just going to get his king safe. Because, I mean, you're up a pawn.
And by the way, where will White put his king? And only on the queen side. This looks like Busto City.
G6 did happen. And yeah, you're right. So the Bishop G5 move runs into this potential Knight E5 idea.
And Bishop G5, Knight E5, Knight takes E5, Queen takes G5, game over.
No, Magnus has nowhere to stick his bishop and
nowhere to stick his king.
Yeah.
That's the big issue,
I guess
too.
he's going to have to try queenside, but that looks pretty terrible.
Yeah, because you're just inviting knight a5
Exactly.
in that situation. And Magnus Carlsen just
horrendous. objectively close to loss, but
Absolutely
in blitz that doesn't
baffling.
mean everything.
now if he saves this guy,
Eric? I think we kind of noticed that from the first couple of games.
if he saves this guy, I mean, there's a guardian
Oh,
angel.
come on. It's better.
I agree with Yasser. I agree with Yasser. This is a bad pawn
horrendous.
structure, down a pawn,
No, but
worse
Anand
pieces.
was worse.
Well, Anand, it was just dead lost.
Anand was more surprising than this. Like
As-
if you showed both the positions, you'd be more surprised that he lost that he saved the Anand one than this one.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. But this is really bad. If there are
And he has castle queenside.
boys and girls who are in our audience, please do not do this at home.
Castle queenside
Knight d7
is on the board, and Magnus trying to fasten his king in with king b1.
Oh, but boy, just so many very promising continuations.
Queen h3
Queen
quickly
h3,
by Maxime.
bringing the queen back into play. Ideas of knight a5 look very attractive to me, going after the c4 pawn.
That's right, and Magnus playing rook g1, trying to creep in with ideas of rook g3 at some point.
Yes.
But even you get rook g3 and you're just helping Black's queen get back into the game because you don't really have a way to attack that fianchetto setup. You're missing the g-pawn. It's going to take a while to play h4, h5, or f4. So the queen will be happy to go
Even
back.
queen e6 is a bit of a problem in some of these lines because we'd be hitting on
C4,
c4 and
E4.
e4.
Yeah.
Rook e8, a very flexible move. Lots of times knight d5 is in the position and you want to have your e7 pawn boosted, very well protected. So rook e8, flexible move. Rook g3, queen
e6.
Queen e6, as you mentioned, Jen. Nice square for the queen as well.
Well, yeah, because sometimes we might play knight e5, and then after knight takes e5, queen e5, we have this battery on the b2 square.
Yeah, perfect.
And, E4
perfect
is
setup. Perfect setup. And knight g5 forcing the queen actually
And now
to a better
f4, I
square.
wouldn't be surprised to see. I like. Look, Magnus is definitely putting up good resistance here. The fact that he hasn't.
Are we so sure what's going on after knight a5?
But knight a5 could have been played before. After knight a5 here, I'll play maybe even e5, and the idea is just to play
Hold on,
e6.
wait a minute. Knight a5, e5, I take on e5?
Yes, I take back.
Oh, your queen is protected by the rook on g3. I apologize. But okay, well, I will trade queens, of course, and then move my knight.
Yeah.
And knight a5 was played, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks horrendous for black, for
Yeah,
white.
you probably just play knight g4 there, but
yeah,
Magnus doesn't really have better moves, so he's...
And he's down a minute on the clock as well. So.
Well, this c5 move also comes into play once again.
You'd mentioned it before. It might be time for such a desperado.
And he's done it.
And
c5 with the idea that if rook c5, there is b4.
And if dc5, I wouldn't be surprised to see a move like queen f1, keeping the queens on the board, keeping the possibilities, maybe rook d3 or bishop c1 at some point. But
and d takes c5 has been
queen
played.
f1, I wouldn't be surprised to see at all here.
And why queen f1 instead of e2, for instance? You don't.
Well, you don't want to walk into knight c6, knight d4, and queen f1
why.
has ideas of rook d3, and on a good day, queen h3, e5, and maybe h7 is loose. But okay, it's two pawns.
They're both
and queen f1. You know,
he played
he
queen
showed.
f1.
Yeah, he
like
shows that he's a real blitz player.
He is playing very good moves for blitz. Like there's still
knight
no knockout
b3,
blow. There's still no easy way to trade off all the pieces.
Knight b3.
Maxime's still keeping that pleasant time advantage. I like how he's playing quickly.
Knight b3, bishop e3 should be played automatically. Now you have to go knight d4.
Knight d4.
Because otherwise e5 is very strong.
Which you correctly guessed, f5.
And now f5.
Ooh.
Closing the door to be able to ever play e5.
Yeah, if you take on f5, I'll play e5. Or even knight f3.
But now it's time to get some dark squares, I think.
Yeah. I tried to attack Yasser like this a couple nights ago. It didn't turn out.
Well, you got lucky too.
How are you trying to get those dark squares?
I was going to go queen c7.
Yeah.
Queen c7, maybe going over Dave.
Now,
something to be said for rook
queen
c6.
c7.
f4 maybe.
Something to be said for rook c6 as well.
This is not trivial. It is.
Rook f8, please.
It is not trivial.
F8. That didn't crossed my mind. Queen H3.
Magnus is posing issues now. This is very impressive.
Definitely creating problems.
E5 is in the position we still have knight H5, so we're hanging in there. But
I mean, the issue is
looking scary. Knight D5 is also an idea.
He's not finding ways to trade off pieces, and as long as that continues, time's going to go down, tactics are going to appear, and he's not going to be able to keep control of the position.
Knight D5 is kind of annoying, isn't it?
Well, indeed, because you are eyeballing that H7 pawn.
That's right, and I guess you could try to play. I mean, you could try to play Knight D5 and look at H6.
I really didn't like this move, Rook E8 F8. That just looked like a very strange pass to me. You're kind of encircling your own king. Maybe Rook E8 to D8.
And now Maxime is in the tank. He doesn't know what to do.
And he's played it back to D8.
3 moves with the Rook in the last 10. That's
not a good sign. He seems to be
very
flip-flopping a bit.
And now a lot of options here for white. I mean, there's also some tactical, but it seems like
Rook F1.
Slow move by
well,
Magnus.
The point is he wants to play E5. He wants to play E5, but he didn't want to allow Queen F5.
Well, there's also takes on G6 and Rook F6 ideas.
Okay.
Now there's Knight takes F7 in the position.
Right. And there's simply no threat.
He's played Rook G1.
Anyway, there was no threat.
There's so many tactics here. We're also...
I think it's time for Knight B5, and let's just go after White's king. There's Queen D3 check in the position.
Knight D5, let's block it up.
Knight D5 and then Knight A3 is very sharp.
Whoa, that is exciting.
No, I would definitely go for that if I was Maxime, by the way.
But as Magnus, you're also not going to take on B5. You're probably going to play Knight D5.
And he's played Knight D5.
And will Maxime play Knight takes A3?
He will, and it's all in for the
Knight
world
A3,
champion.
B8 Queen B5, check. You're going to play King C1, and because the knight blocks a D file, there is no like immediate mate.
But he
hasn't played it. He went Knight C7.
He played Knight C7 instead.
Knight C7.
And now there's a lot of interesting tactical
well,
possibilities.
Knight F4.
Knight
F4 here, guys, is quite strong because...
Why
not Knight F7?
No, Knight F4.
Knight F7 as well. Knight
F7 looks very dangerous with all of our majors coming into the position.
And
he's done it.
Knight F7.
Knight F7.
Oh my gosh.
If you play King F7, we're coming in with everything.
Knight takes D5. Knight takes D5 has been played quickly. And what's the time clock? Oh,
only 20 seconds left for Magnus. That's the issue.
That is a big issue.
If Queen B5 here, you just play Knight H6 check, pull your bishop back to C1, and you got
and
a
he's
great
played
attack.
it.
So
he's
Queen
played
B5
it.
just play Knight H6 check, but that's not what happened.
Bishop C1
he started
instantly.
with Bishop C1.
Instantly. And does that work? That's amazing to me that could work. And Queen takes F7, takes on G6, Queen D5, defending the knight on H5. Magnus has...
This is fine for Maxime.
But now Rook G5, I think, was his idea.
Queen E4 check.
Queen E4, King...
That's a check.
King A2.
Well,
King
no,
A1
King A1,
happened.
and there's a Rook D3, guys. What's Rook D3? What?
That's not what happened.
There's a
Maxime
Rook
played
hanging
Rook
on
C6.
C8. You can't play Rook
There's a Rook hanging on C8.
Oh, this is lost for Magnus. Magnus is losing.
Totally.
Queen takes B7 has happened. Yeah, so what was the error there? Bishop C1 was too slow.
Well, Knight H6 and then Bishop
look
C1
at
and you don't
this.
sacrifice.
And there's a Rook C1 check.
Oh
and
my.
there you go. MVL.
What a crazy game.
He played very, very shaky when
Rook
he had a
C1
huge
winning the
advantage.
queen.
And then I thought Magnus had fought his way back into the game. And some errors.
What a game.
Wow.
What
Shall
a
we switch to
crazy game, but yeah,
Nakamura's game? Because that looks like
Let's
it's
move over to Naka's game. They're flying.
Well, he's just got two connected pass pawns rolling down the board.
The side angle there. As we can't, we see them flying in this wide shot of the beautiful playing hall.
It looks like Nakamura has an overwhelming advantage. It's all about the clock. He's got an overwhelming advantage, and there you go. Hikaru Nakamura doing his thing. Wow,
right.
Look, that final position looks terrible. Let's go to this great clash of former world champions.
Right, and here we've got this angle where they've both got just 10 seconds left on the clock. It's another endgame here.
It looks like it's going to be King B7. Are you serious? What was King B7?
What's going on here? He's trying to
Vladimir
play.
Kramnik, King H2.
He's playing King H2. He was thinking about playing A5 first, but Kramnik only down to
No,
5
it's a dead
seconds.
draw. King takes A6. Draw, agree.
And he didn't have time to play A5.
Whew.
Wow. Big round there with that game with Magnus Carlsen. I mean, if you check out that final position, I mean, just rook c1, he won the queen on b7, and really it looked like the tactics were going in Magnus's favor all of a sudden.
Let's go to Leuven.
To hear from the man himself, MVL, the Magnus stopper.
Well, we have MVL with us now, stopping Magnus Carlsen in his tracks. That game was kind of boring, actually. No, of course, that game was wild. Tell me what it was like when you were playing this game and you had this edge. You knew you had an edge. You were up 2 pawns at one point, and all of a sudden, his pieces started gravitating towards your king. That must have been a heart-palpitating moment.
No, definitely. I mean, Magnus blundered in the opening, and then he came from behind and managed to create an attack out of basically nothing. But yeah, somehow he managed also to get some chances. I'm sure at some point he was not worse anymore, but with a few seconds, anything could happen.
The time was really a factor here. When he sacrificed on f7, were you just thinking, oh my goodness, I've let this whole game go out of control?
Well, it was already out of control for a few moves, so I actually saw maybe he had some other options as well, and yeah, I was not happy with the way I played at this point.
When it started getting towards the end, when did you know that this was going to be your game? Were you thinking about that? And especially with his time being as bad as it was.
No, I knew it was my game as soon as I am just a piece up and he has no more attack. So there I knew, well, I mean, unless I do something absolutely horrible, I should be fine.
Well, indeed, we hear the bells tolling. It did not toll for you this round. Congratulations on bringing down Magnus Carlsen. Good luck in the rest of your game. MVL stopping the leader dead in his tracks. A very important development for the situation in the tournament as we head into the next round.
Thank you. Wow, what a game. That was really dramatic because it looked MVL, then it was Magnus climbing back, all kinds of tactics, and then suddenly it was over. It's incredible.
Indeed. I thought he was going to go down after knight takes f7. Eric?
Yeah, when Magnus finally equalized position, that's when he made the biggest mistake of the game. But I think it's great for the field. Magnus dropping down, everybody catches up. So still everything, oh, here we got the standings coming up.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings. Magnus Carlsen now only a point ahead of the field. Wesley So, he's got 13 points.
Isn't this where we started? 1 point differential coming into this blitz? Sorry, go ahead.
That's right, and finally Nakamura out of the basement. Congratulations. So
Vladimir Kramnik with 3 out of 4 from the blitz, as is Hikaru. So those two players who were in the basement have improved dramatically. But Magnus Carlsen finally losing at 50%, 2-2-2-2-2s from first to fourth.
Yes. And let's go to Leuven for some more thoughts on this dramatic round, which opens up the field again.
You said it, Jen. Dramatic round, absolutely. We want drama here. Seeing Magnus Carlsen lose such an incredible game absolutely shakes up the field, and the rest of the field must be feeling confident as well. We saw some victories come in some of the other games.
Yeah, a lot of missed opportunities here. I thought that Maxime, wow, that was a shaky game. You could see it live. Both players very, very nervous while making their moves. At the end of the day, it was MVL that came up with the victory. I'm going to start out with a couple of missed chances by some players. In the game Topalov against Kramnik, just if we can go just a few moves back, instead of playing the move King A7, yeah, in this position right here. Instead of just seconds left here for Topalov in this kind of basic rook endgame, and he was hesitating between playing A5 or King H2. King H2 was chosen on the game, and I think you guys followed the last seconds of it. Kramnik was able to capture on G2, promote his pawn while first taking this pawn on A6 and draw the game. However, if Topalov had chosen to push the pawn on A5, drop it back away from this king, he would have won a full point.
That's not a hard move to find, by the way. That's just keep your pawns.
Absolutely. What he was worried about, and I'm sure this is what had him hesitate, was the move rook b1, trying to get in the same position here as the b pawn. When they did that after b7, you don't have a way of sacrificing this rook. But Topalov had the possibility of putting the rook anywhere, either on D, E, or F files, in order to go back and after b7 secure the fact that after rook d8 the king has to actually go to the 8th rank, because you cannot capture with the rook that goes into a lost pawn endgame. That was a missed chance by Topalov, a huge one in a game that was really, really topsy-turvy.
Yeah, big miss there. Very interesting how the two pawns dominate the rook. Well, now we switch to this game, Leuven Aronian against Caruana. And Leuven, he's a trickster. He'll come up with some nice moves. Seems like he came up with one in this game.
Let's take a look at move 15, and I think this is where things already kind of went wrong for Fabiano Caruana in the opening. It's clear that even though he's well developed, his king's very exposed, Aronian just played the move h4, really emphasizing how weak this king is, and man, our threat's looming. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, queen h5 is on the board. That's very powerful. Fabiano said, I don't want anything to do with that. He closes it by force, but that gives up a pawn. Queen takes g4 check, king h8, and here I think that Aronian played a move that not only is good, but I think he played it because it's just so pretty. He played the move queen g5, apparently just leaving his queen en prise from a pawn, but we can see that after pawn takes, the rook is attacking the king.
Because it is so attractive. And you know he did that one with a smile inside.
Oh, for sure.
Twinkle in his eye.
And there was plenty of more to calculate because actually after the move that Caruana played, bishop takes c3 check, it's interesting that you cannot take with the rook, because if you take with the rook, queen takes c3 check, wins the rook, and then you can take my queen on g5. Therefore, I must take on c3 with the pawn, which is good enough. Queen takes f2 check, a desperado move with the queen to get it out of that position, but very well evaluated by Aronian, as this endgame, even though his position on the pawn structure is completely shattered, the combination of the pair of bishops and the weak king was more than enough to give him a clean victory.
In fact, also up a pawn at the moment as well. We know scattered pawn structure is definitely nice for the bishops versus bishop and knight. So that game, certainly an important one for the standings, as Fabiano wasn't doing so badly. Aronian might have been seeming like he might have been fading a little bit. That one's important. But another game, big time game, Hikaru Nakamura showing, yes indeed, it's blitz time. And when it's blitz time, I'm going to start showing what my stuff is all about. He hasn't lost the game so far, by the way, and now this is the second win of the day.
I'm not going to go in depth in this game, but if we can take a look more or less on move 16, here we have Anish Giri plop a knight on g3 in middle of the white camp. It seems like it's stranded, and actually the game, because of this knight, became incredibly complex. You can see just a few moves later how the game changed completely, and this knight on g3 was a huge pain for Hikaru's position. Actually, Anish was winning throughout most of the game. He was up material for a lot of it. White's king was very insecure. But again, it comes down to blitz. Giri didn't have that finishing touch to say, hey, Hikaru, this is the killing blow, get out of my game. He allowed Hikaru to keep finding resources, and eventually, little by little, Hikaru was able to outplay Giri from a completely lost position.
Resourceful is Hikaru's middle name. He can play 8 hours of bullet chess. So you know he's not worried about playing a little 5 minutes and 3 second increment. You might as well give the guy an hour on the clock. So very important round, absolutely, for the standings. It's getting a little tight here in Leuven. We'll be back with more here, bringing you live action as the next games come on board.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Final look at our current standings. 14 points as Magnus Carlsen leads, having finally lost. He could have started with a half out of 4, but he has 2 out of 4 in the first 4 games of the Blitz.
And some big games next round. We've got Kramnik versus Carlsen, and we've got Wesley So versus Nakamura, an all-American battle with 2 players that have been dangerous so far in the Blitz.
Absolutely. Those will be our 2 marquee games as we come back from the break.
and we are back in Leuven for round 5 of the Blitz today. Beautiful Leuven town hall in Belgium. And the Blitz, we've already got 4 rounds in the books, but that means we got 5 more to go. And have you been impressed with the overall quality so far, Yaz?
I don't know what to say. I mean, before we spoke with the players about the streaks, how you get on these losing streaks and how you get on the winning streaks and what you have to do to combat that. But for me, Magnus has had this roller coaster ride where really he seems to be on the edge of the seat, keeping us on the edge, as he's had 3 lost positions, but he still managed an even score, and he finally got nicked by MVL.
And we are going to keep our eye, actually, in this round to start with Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura.
We're seeing a resurgent Hikaru, but Wesley So in clear second, and yeah, that's a marquee game.
That's going to be a good one because, yeah, we actually made predictions at the beginning of the round as to which American player was going to be on top at the end of Leuven, and I picked Wesley.
I picked Hikaru.
And Eric picked Fabi, so this is going to be a big one to see who wins that prediction contest. And it looks like it's perhaps transposing into a Carol Khan type position.
No, this is a very specific line in the English that's actually become popular of late. This move, knight f3, not going for knight takes d5, e takes d5, and queen a4 check, but knight f3 has made this position a little bit more popular, and bishop f5, that's a little off the beaten track, I would say, and immediate d4 by Wesley. One of the things that has really impressed me about Wesley is his consistent speed. He doesn't go into the very long things, and he maintains the time. He doesn't fall behind on the clock that often.
Well, that's a smart idea when you're playing against Nakamura, because we saw when it was massive time pressure between him and Fabi just how fast this bullet legend is.
Exactly. So we have a trade of bishops on the c3 square, and we see castles. Very standard would be bishop e2, and we would expect to see Hikaru breaking in the center with a c7, c5.
Or even b6 and
he
then
has
c5.
played knight d7 as a preparation for his c5 move.
Is that a bit surprising? Because ideally you might want the knight on c6 to pressure, or?
I don't know.
I mean,
and this
here,
particular
let's say queen b3. He played knight d7. We got, let's say, queen b3 in this position.
He played c5 right away. He played castles right away. So c5 has been played and captures. I'm expecting it takes on c3.
This seems okay for black already, because white has this isolated pawn on c3. So despite the d5 pawn, they both have weaknesses.
Yes, I'm just trying to assess. It's not an easy call to make. I'm trying to assess the position after queen d4 with the intention of playing the rooks quickly into the center, d file and c file, and breaking with
queen
c4.
d4, maybe just rook c8, and I'll be happy to jettison that d5 pawn with a move like rook c8, knight e6.
So queen d4, rook c8, rook d1,
which rook?
F rook, knight e6, queen d5. Looks pretty even. You're right there, Eric.
Would it normally be knight d4 instead of queen d4 and you try to play f4? But either way,
and he has played knight d4?
Black is very active.
It's still not so clear to me. So I'm hitting out now with c4, attacking the pawn on d5.
You're going to play c4?
Yeah, that's the intention.
Probably then knight e6. C4, knight e6.
Oh, you tricky. Rook on c1 is saying, so I can't.
I think this is fairly balanced. It's certainly not.
No, wait a minute. I'll continue. c4, knight e6, knight f5. I'm hitting the planning to park my knight on the outstanding d6.
Knight f4 then.
And white has played c4.
By the way.
So we see he's
so I'll
trying
play
to
knight f4, maybe knight d6, queen g5. It depends if Nakamura plays quite sharp there.
Okay.
That's a.
That would definitely spice things up. No question about that one.
Now we see this move c4. Ideas to get rid of our weak pawn on c3 and to improve some of the position of our minor pieces.
We're trying to encourage black to play d5 takes c4 so that bishop takes c4 lines up white's pieces aggressively.
Exactly,
it's
and then white would have an
play.
advantage, and we could even be playing for e6. You mentioned some point, like in our fantasy life, we can play f4 and f5 even.
That's a real fantasy.
What if we could also take on c4? And I want to do knight e6 and just try to liquidate things. Knight e6, if you play knight f5 there, I'll play rook c4 and just try to equalize with tactics. So dc4, bishop c4, knight e6, trying to stop knight f5. I want to trade off knights and play bishop e6 in a good day. So after knight f5, I'll play rook takes c4 and bishop b5.
But how do you feel about this ending where I take everything on e6?
I feel okay.
And queen b3?
Yeah, queen b3.
Or rook c8, queen c8, queen b3.
Oh, because you don't want to allow queen d5.
Or queen d, or queen d1 or something.
I'm quite comfortable if it's just a rook and queen against rook and queen.
You think that major piece ending isn't that much for white?
I don't think it's anything, no.
Well,
okay.
We are
interesting, and he has taken on c4.
So we are going to see if we're going to see these massive exchanges after knight e6.
Yeah, very quickly, bishop c4. And again, between these two key rival players, a 30-second edge for Wesley. That's not that meaningful, but trust me,
Queen e7 played.
You don't want to be behind on the clock against this blitz demon Hikaru Nakamura. King h8.
Well, I'm liking White's position. That's why I want to trade off, because here the play seems so natural. Queen f3, but you just have a lot more space. You have a lot more space as White. So that's why I really wanted to bail out and try to get those dangerous pieces off.
I agree with you. I think Hikaru is underestimating the danger, and he has played the move bishop e6, but much easier play for Wesley, and knight f5 aiming, or is there something to be said for knight b5?
No, and Wesley's just taken on e6.
Very classical play by Wesley So.
Interesting.
I'm not sure that would have been my decision.
No,
I think I would have gone for something of the nature of knight b5 that last turn. But we do have this situation on the board.
And he's played bishop e6 thinking that if queen e6 we can take on b7, but there is an a2 hanging as well.
I don't think there's a lot of
and he's played fe6.
So yeah, I think you had to take with the f pawn.
I'm a bit surprised by these decisions.
Yeah, I think Wesley is cashing in and not cashing in fact. That he's traded off his active pieces.
I guess rook d1 is
h3. You got to make luft, whether it be g3 or h3.
But Black probably wants to play h6, rook d8, rook d5, and just.
He's played b5, so rook d1. That's an automatic.
So this is heading towards an endgame. But one thing I'll say is the Kramnik-Carlsen game is very sharp and similar to their game yesterday, with a serious imbalance in pawn structure.
Okay, so maybe we want to move over to that game. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Let's have a quick peek into what's going on between.
Again, gf6. A pawn on f6 for Magnus and an open g file, just like yesterday.
Okay.
Wow, it's such a sharp contrast with almost all the pieces being hoovered off in the other game. This game still extremely rich, and you know what happens when it's really rich and they only have 2 minutes on the board. Madness occurs.
No, rook g4 is a nice move. You have ideas of doubling rooks and sacrificing on h4.
That's the one
breaking down the g file. I like rook g4 a lot.
I do too, because rook h4 is the kind of sacrifice that even if it's not 100% sound or correct, as a human player, you're feeling the heat. Your king is so exposed, and Vladimir Kramnik does not like this move, rook g4.
Right, it's the kind of move that in blitz you can play even if you haven't analyzed it, especially if you see that you're getting moves like e4 with your bishop and your knight leaping into action as well. That's a lot of pieces coming at the white king, and that's why we see Kramnik play the move knight f3, actually, nipping that in the bud.
Rook c4, is that? Can you take that pawn, Yasser?
Absolutely, that's a juicy pawn.
And
pawn
it's
collector.
been taken.
Yes, absolutely. That's a very nice pawn for Black to have captured.
And Magnus did the same. Like, it's really similar to yesterday. The way he did
in their rapid game that he won with the black pieces in a very nice way. At first, it seemed like Magnus compromised his king, but he. And look at this, greed. Bishop takes a2. Very impressive.
Can you play rook b8 and take 2 pawns? Oh, rook
well,
b8.
the rook c6. Be careful. I'm thinking queen b3 here. Queen b3 is only temporary because the bishop on a2 is out. But queen b3, and I can reposition the queen
You're
e6.
right. You can do that. If rook b8, rook c6, there's this shot a6, but that's very computerized. a6.
Rook takes a6,
and then bishop c4. Yeah, so it's a bit, but that's I wouldn't expect Magnus to look for that.
And he has played instead
knight
sound
b4.
move, knight b4. I like this move too.
So now queen b7, trying to get a pawn back, maybe then a5 or
no,
bishop
d5.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5. I could trap the queen after queen takes a7. Rook a8.
Ah.
Oh,
Now
the
you went
sneaky
back to
world
h4 here.
champions.
Now you went back to h4 in this position, and now bishop
Ooh,
d5.
bishop d5. I think that...
Kramnik's playing from 8 instead of...
I was about to say c7, c6 was a very juicy tempo there for black. Well, it still exists in the position.
Still existing, and you can just keep
he's
that
played
bishop
it.
there. You can just keep that bishop there.
Well, the d5 square is, as we know, a fantastic outpost in the center of the board for a knight. So we'll be expecting bishop g2 and knight d5 very shortly.
That's right. That's what's happening.
Well, this
And
looks
it's on the board,
a technical
knight
it's
d5.
a technical task for Magnus, but his best position of the day. So
Exactly.
far.
Well, you were saying,
So
Eric,
that means he's going to lose it, right?
yeah, you were saying he's due for getting a good game, and he's got it. Now, bishop a7.
Like what he's doing.
Drops. Oh no, bishop a7, b6. I apologize. There's
Bishop
a pin.
a7. I have this idea: queen d7, attacking the knight and threatening knight f4 check discovery.
Ooh, a sweet double attack, but ooh, that is a nice one. And I think Vladimir saw it as well, so
Yes.
he dropped back with his king g2.
But this
and
is,
keeping his extra pawns a7, a6 by the world
Just
champion.
get the queens off the board if you're black here.
Start with rook d7, or he went rook e8 actually.
Problem is that knight on d5 is so good that white can't really get any more pieces on good squares.
So queen g6, a very nice move, setting up for knight e7, just breaking up the light square blockade. It looks like Magnus is reeling it in. I've told that Vichy has actually won his game already. And Eric, just give us a peek at the Hikaru Wesley So game.
We have technical endgame here, Yasser, but I believe this one is it's not winning. I think isn't this the?
Well, let's see.
Wesley's managed to go from that position where you were worried that he didn't have quite enough to a pawn up endgame.
Well, I mean, it's a pawn up endgame, but it's.
This looks like a draw.
It's a very easy draw for the most part.
Yeah, Nakamura does look quite confident.
Right,
just a lot of checks, and then just keep hitting that g3 pawn. Just
And the
lots
problem
of
is
checks.
we can't continue to advance the pawn with rook a8 and a7 because then it'll be an easy book draw.
King
definitely
f6.
Naka looks very comfortable.
He does. But nonetheless,
Wesley's going to try.
Wesley's going to try. And
How do you try here?
I don't know. I have to play.
Now that your king's cut off,
I have to play rook a8, and I've got to bring my king all the way over to the b.
But this is a well-known endgame.
Ooh, right? G5. That really opens things up. Okay, let's flip back over to Magnus for a second, because that game does look like it's going into a draw. And here we see Magnus Carlsen with...
He's only up a pawn now, and Kramnik has a good knight, but he's got a 3-1 majority on the queen side.
And that should be all she wrote.
Yes.
And a 3-1 advantage on the clock.
And with this nice move, b5, just getting ready to... Ooh, we saw pawn falling. Normally, the normal etiquette is very important, is to, before you press your clock, make sure your pieces on the board are set up properly.
We've seen some violations of that in every blitz tournament, unfortunately.
It's true.
It's kind of unconscious for a lot of players.
Exactly.
Some of the faster ones tend to be
Magnus
not.
is for
Magnus is definitely reeling in the point.
Yeah, we see those
Bishop b4, cutting the knight out.
Knight,
King
now
f5, b2, and resigns.
And there it is.
A smooth win. Let's go back to that
just
Wesley.
Just like all his other wins today, right?
Not so smooth. Okay, but here we has...
Wesley's going to bring the king to a7.
Yes, that's the idea. We want to try to bring the king to a7, and then there's that famous defense where the rook switches over to the side.
Right, but in this case, after king a7, he's definitely targeting the g pawn. King a7, rook g1 rook b3 is a superior choice.
Because white needs to try this rook b8 and rook b7 check idea.
So
rook
at
b5.
this point, you're going to sacrifice the rook for the pawn and try to
No question about it. King h6 looks box, so that you can bring your rook, and he has played it, and I'm expecting something like rook g8. Now king b7, check, and it's time to take that. Whoa! Then he's cut off.
No,
this is winning.
This is winning.
Yeah.
Well, now you have rook b8. Yeah. Wait. Oh, okay. Well,
no, this should be.
What's the times? What's the times, guys?
17 seconds for Wesley, 10 seconds for Nakamura.
And
so.
And Wesley trying to squeeze.
And then
position.
he has king b8.
King b8. That's the winner. That's the winner.
Yep.
And it's a queen.
Yep.
You just don't. Yes.
Oh, and he did.
He did. I was going to say don't play a8 and press the clock. He put the queen on the board.
Big win for West.
That was a heart attack moment, though. I really thought he was going to join the club.
Absolutely. We're talking about the Sinkfield Club for all of those who've been forfeited by promoting the pawn without putting the queen on the board.
Well, let's just confirm that result. He did not hit the clock, and indeed Wesley So did win that game. Yes, confirmation. Wesley So won the game.
We have one remaining game. A lot of rook endings with the extra pawn. This looks like Leuven Aronian, however, does have an ideal setup. So rook a5, rook d5, rook check. So he played rook check right away.
So
rook d4,
rook d4 is going to happen.
Rook goes back to b5, keeping the king, cutting the white king. Oh, he's played king e5, so that makes it a little bit simplified. Rook takes h4.
5
king
seconds
f6,
left for both players.
King f6, and rook back quickly to the a file.
Right, trying to reach the Philidor position.
Which I think is unstoppable, in fact.
Yes, the Philidor position cutting off the king.
And now we've got a book draw.
Indeed.
And the players have agreed to a draw.
Even the best players in the world play the Philidor.
Right.
They play out to the Philidor, guys. So those of you studying your basic rook endgames, place to do it is here at the Grand Chess Tour because we saw a lot this game and also in the Wesley So game.
This Grand Chess Tour is teaching us checkmating patterns and rook endings.
That's right, kind of chess.
And Eric, coming to you, impressions of this amazing round.
Well, I'm just wondering, in the game we were following between Wesley So and Nakamura, was g5 necessary here?
G5 is a horrendous move.
If I just play g6, when you do this plan of bringing the king in, I want to play king f5 and king g4. And one thing that's beneficial at keeping the g-pawns is there's no check on the g-file for when you play rook a8, rook g8. So was that just a massive basic blunder by Nakamura? Because it seemed, I was calling it as a draw. I just want to make sure that I feel like this, I don't know how to progress as white. I'm going to play king f5, king g4.
I agree.
Okay.
I think g6 was much, much simpler. G5 really gave white good
It's like,
play.
it seems very concrete. I play king f5, and you're going to have to give up this pawn sooner or later. The black king is far superior to the white king. So that was just a bit of a blooper that I was researching.
Basic blunder, all right.
Very, very good. Wow. What shall we go to Leuven and get impressions from Maurice and over there? Because
yeah,
that's
we are waiting for their thoughts.
That was incredible round.
Well,
Magnus Carlsen looking very good at last. I mean, he really played a good game. And Wesley So keeping pace by beating our Blitz King.
Impressive. You know, Wesley So, I think, partly because of his demeanor, he's very sweet and not very assuming. He kind of stays a little bit in the background despite his results. And wow, like, he really does the job.
That was impressive.
Let's
Let's just see those results of this round and where we stand.
Let's take a look at where we stand after this. Well, Wesley So has 1 point to go till he can meet the leader, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen is still ahead of the field. Vishy doing pretty decently too.
Exactly. He's in the mix. We kind of lost track of him a bit.
Don't ever write off Vishy, right? That was the advice.
Leuven Aronian still in the mix, and that loss by Hikaru really taking wind out of his sails, but he is out of the basement with 10.
That's right. So we are going to Leuven now to get some thoughts and interviews from them.
Well, the situation is similar to what it was. We started the day with 4 players sort of trying to distance themselves from the pack. Well, actually, they were a little bit more bunched up, but now it seems as though they're making a move, and the other players are going to have to do something special to be able to catch them. First of all, Magnus Carlsen you know how he is. He loses a game, he gets angry. And Kramnik just stuck his face in there and got punched.
I think Kramnik was really trying to push for something. He wasn't content with just getting any kind of position. He really wanted to beat Magnus. And it seemed like Magnus was there just calculating better. He had a better feeling for the position.
Absolutely, and a very important game. In second place, Wesley So continuing his fine play. When you take down Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best blitz players on the planet, many argue may be the best blitz player on the planet, you know you're doing something. And Wesley really showed that he's keeping his eye on possibly winning this tournament.
Hikaru has been in a strange situation because it's not normal for him to lose a drawn endgame. And I think that when he's in better shape, he would have drawn the endgame in that position, even though Wesley, kudos to him, played very well.
Now, it's very important to note that second place here is almost like winning. If Magnus wins it, Magnus will get all those Grand Chess Tour points, but he's not going to be able to play in the Singfield Cup or in London. So for Wesley coming in second, it's almost as though he's leading the tournament right now in some ways. Now, of course, it's not exactly like that, but it's important that Nakamura is not doing well since he won in Paris. So everyone's looking for second, almost as though they're looking for first. That's important to make a note of. Now, Anand is also in the mix. He started off the day 2 points behind Magnus, 1 point behind Wesley, and he's still in the same position.
Well, absolutely. Anand keeps himself afloat. He has another nice win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is his second win against MVL with the black pieces in Leuven. And again, it was a very nice attacking idea. The position was already very complex from the beginning in a probably somewhat dubious opening from the French player. It looks kind of like a Grunfeld reverse. And basically the way that Anand won is that he threw all of his pawns forward. You can already see here with the move g4 how he gives that intention of going forward on the king side, keeping the queen side close and saying, I have more space on this side of the board. I'm going to be able to crush you there eventually. And if you just jump the gun, go king d2, on this position, you already see kind of the success of Black's ideas. He was able to open up the H file favorably for his major pieces, and although right now the material is equal, it's obvious that White is the one suffering.
Yes, and indeed, if we go further down in the game, that's some serious suffering going on. Eventually, we ended up in this beastie position with the H-pawn all the way down the board, and then the king was able to get to this position, and of course a d3 check is coming, and the queen is miserable, and Anand went on to win this game. Aronian, he's the only one of the pack in the top four that slipped a little bit by only drawing this round, so he's a little bit behind Anand, but still very much in the hunt. The next player, Fabiano Caruana, and a bunch of players are 2 points behind. Remember, it's blitz, only 1 point per game. So they're starting to separate themselves. Those four will be focused on their games as the next round is set to commence.
Thank you very much, Alejandro and Maurice. Let's go over those predictions again. I went for Hikaru.
Right. No, wait. No. That was today's predictions between the three Americans.
Right.
But that was after like a round. So
right.
it was a little.
We're talking about overall predictions.
Yeah.
Overall predictions.
The Blitz predictions of who was going to have the most points in the Blitz was Magnus for you, Yasser.
Okay.
Magnus for Eric.
Team Magnus, hashtag.
Yes.
Team Magnus.
And Maurice and I both picked Nakamura.
Okay.
And Alejandro picked Vichy.
And
that was just for getting the most points in the Blitz.
On the Blitz.
So let's see how we're doing in that so
After
far.
5, I think my guy has 3 points.
And then we had a separate prediction contest this morning.
Why can't I have a normal picture, guys? What's going on? Where's my normal picture?
Hey, that's a great picture. You look like a Twilight character.
Twilight Zone.
What?
Okay,
That's
hold
good.
on.
That's a compliment, I think.
My guy.
I look like a Twilight character.
And the Leuven reaction.
Well, I like my guy still. I mean, I'm still liking Nakamura for sure, even though he had a bad game that last game. His form is not looking too great, but it looks as though none of them really playing that great. And no one picked Wesley So.
You guys have such boring picks. Oh, the first and second place from Paris. Let's pick those guys. Come on, I got the newcomer Vichy Anand showing that he has great chess, just beat MVL. He's got me. Yeah.
You know, maybe people are just smart and you don't just throw stuff out there. But Wesley So, none of us had Wesley So, and he's really showing that he might be the one we should have been talking about.
And in terms of the Blitz, hold on. Magnus has 3. How many points does Hikaru have in the Blitz so far?
I believe he's even, but we'll check that.
Yeah, you mean 2.5? And how about Vichy? What's Vichy's score in the blitz so far?
So, yes, Nakamura actually has 3 out of 5.
Everybody has 3 out of 5.
So we actually,
I think everybody.
Everybody's right.
We're all tied for the moment.
Yeah.
But it's a long road, man.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Magnus is saving those positions. It's good to get good positions.
Right. So, in fact, we all picked the leaders. Vladimir Kramnik actually also has 3 out of 5 in the blitz.
So nobody's dominating the blitz so far.
Nobody.
No +1 and no absolute carnage either.
And a real tight race at the top, first through fourth. 2.5 points separates Leuven Aronian from first. Only 1 point separates Wesley So from Magnus Carlsen.
Now, note this question wasn't who was going to win the Grand Chess Tour. It was just who's going to get the most points in the blitz.
Exactly.
Yeah, because obviously the obvious picks then would be Magnus and Wesley.
Right.
Because they had the most points going in.
So, there's going to be a bit of a break as the players get a lunch in between this round.
Probably dinner over there.
Probably
but
dinner.
we are going to take a little bit of a longer break. So get yourself some coffee. Study some work endgames. If you don't know the Philidor, if you're not needing to brush up on your A-pawn work endgames, check out your Dvoretzky endgame manual.
Right.
It's got some good stuff in there. And then we'll be back in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven. We are in round 6, and lots of excitement up in this round. We've got the U.S. champion, Fabiano Caruana. He's playing against the tournament leader, world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely our marquee game for this 6th round, as we see the players are getting seated at their board. And Magnus, after a scorching day 2 in the Rapids, has kind of fallen back to earth here as we start the blitz portion of the Leuven Grand Chess Tour.
But how much further he could have fallen.
Definitely.
I mean, it could have been really ugly as he was going down in games against Anand and managed to save that one miraculously. And also Veselin Topalov.
Where he won from a lost position.
And here we go.
Again, Magnus has been playing the Nimzo with the knight f3, and I thought he was setting himself up for this Romanician g3, a move, a variation, I want to say, that Garry Kasparov popularized in his matches against Anatoly Karpov, knight e4. So now it's one of those things where the players have to sit and remember their preparation. And Magnus is taking
Queen c2 here?
Queen c2, knight b5. Yeah, but there's queen d3 as well.
Ah, that's right. Okay.
So queen c2 was the choice. Eric, you got that one right.
Now remember that Magnus Carlsen did lose against Fabiano in their last game in the Rapids, and that was him missing that rook takes g2 shot.
Yep.
So out for
and
blood
queen
in
a5.
revenge.
There's a cute trick here in these positions, just to show one trap that White has to avoid. Knight b3 is a bad move because of bishop takes, b takes, and now you don't take on c3 and allow a bishop b2 at the end. Instead, you play queen f5 with a sudden discovered attack on the pawn on f2, and your idea is to play knight takes g3 vis-a-vis the queen. So we're not going to see that, that's for sure. So after queen a5, nope, sorry. We don't have a move yet by Magnus?
We do.
What was the move?
Magnus castled after, played bishop g2 after queen a5, knight c3, castles, and I've been looking at this line. It's a temporary piece sacrifice, which Fabiano declined.
Well, the only way to keep the piece would be what, knight a4,
and
right?
knight a4, and the point is, it's like you play a3, knight b5. It's some prep that Fabiano didn't want to enter, it looks like.
And Fabi is playing very, very quickly, so
yeah, they're both in their
obviously,
preparation.
yeah, in their preparation.
And in this position, I think, you take and you just try to contain that bishop on c8, that's your composition. So bishop b2, put your rook on d1, maybe.
Or rook b1. Or
so notice no bishop a1 because of knight b3, right?
In this position.
Yes.
Or bishop d2.
Yes,
bishop
exactly.
D2 first.
No, you're.
Well, bishop d2, queen e5. I think maybe knight b5 might be the move. With then.
No, but this.
No, it's black's move. Bishop a1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight takes c3. Oh, sorry. In this moment, bishop takes a1. No, I think you get your queen trapped. Knight b3, queen. Ooh. Queen c3, knight takes.
Just knight takes a1, guarding the queen on c2.
Queen a1 and bishop b2. So that would trap the black queen after queen takes a2 and rook a1. That was why that trade happened right away.
That's why we took on d4 instead of on a1.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. Oops. Let me get caught up with the game. So takes, knight b3, knight d4. And bishop takes d4, rook b1 has been played. And d7, d6. And what
Pawn sacrifice here.
Eric was saying is the compensation is this bishop. The compensation for the pawn is this bishop on c8 and how awkward it is for black to do anything meaningful with that bishop.
And we can also start striking against the pawn on d6.
Well, rook d1, bishop c5, bishop b2 is one line of possible play.
And there's often a rook b5
After
lurking,
bishop
too.
b2, probably just e5.
And keep it
and
locked down.
It seems black is okay there. Magnus probably should take some time here and look for...
Well, he is taking time. He's down underneath 2.5 minutes in this game. I mean, that's That's a
We've
really,
seen that before, and
and it didn't work out well when he did that. That was against Vesselin and I think against MVL, right? Yeah, MVL in particular. He was like he had a third as much time as MVL.
And finally, we do have a move: Bishop B2 immediately. Bishop B2 immediately, and a trade.
Okay.
We saw a quick trade after Queen takes B2. Now hitting G7 and B7.
And
but
castles quickly.
If we take on B7, there is Rook B8.
And Rook D1.
So Rook D1 harassing the other pawn.
So Rook D1, Rook D8 expected, and maybe just Rook D3 there, or Rook D4 just preparing a double. Which move?
He has played Rook D8.
And we saw Rook D3.
Yep. Problem is, white structure isn't that good, so winning the pawn back isn't
all
maybe
that
even
great
just
shakes, yeah.
Yeah. Do you put your queen on C5 here and try to play queen C5, Rook B8, B6?
I'm conflicted because Queen C7 also, Queen C5.
Well, Queen C7, maybe I'll play Queen A3, try to play C5. Yeah, it's true. Queen A3 is what I want to do to stop Rook B8 and also put pressure on D6 after Queen C7.
Right, exactly.
Because Rook B8, B6 is what would make Black very happy.
Yes, if you can get all of those moves in time. And there's a E1 check in the position too, Eric. So let's imagine Rook B8, Rook D1, B6, Rook D6, Rook D6, Queen E1 check, forcing Bishop F1, and then we can play Bishop B7 and take the long diagonal.
Yeah, I'm not sure everyone can follow that, but we do have some news. Apparently Wesley's in trouble, so we'll look at that game later on. But that's a big turnaround.
Because Wesley So is in second place and looking very, very good.
That's right. And if this is the position, it looks like his king is just busted open.
Well, this is one of the worst positions we've probably seen today in terms of king position and compensation, because Aronian is not even down like heavy material here.
And after Bishop F4 just happened, and then Queen A5.
So now Queen C4, forcing Knight D5 because to block the check, otherwise it's mate. Then Bishop F5. This also works. Just getting that bishop on E6. I mean,
Bishop F5, G5 instantly.
Well, you can just take on C8 because you have Queen G6 check, Bishop E6, and Queen F7 mate.
Exactly.
I mean, this is resignable.
Exactly.
I would expect a resignation.
Just to show what the variation that Eric just explained, there's a check on G6, which is a killer.
Wow, what happened here to get this?
That looks terrible. I don't know what happened early, but it wasn't good.
No, brutal for Wesley So, who really was the one who expected to challenge Magnus, and it's over. Wesley So has resigned. So.
Wow. Okay, let's get
move
that.
back to the Battle of the Champions here. Carlsen.
When we left it,
Seirawan.
we just left it at the point of Rook D3, E5, Rook D1, Bishop E6, Queen takes B7. All of these moves have been played on the board, and Bishop takes C4 is met by Rook takes D6. There's a back rank mate issue for Fabiano, so the most logical move would be Rook B8, except Rook takes D6 is still in the position for white.
Well, yeah, that is a bit of a problem, and we don't have time for that E1 check you were talking about.
So Rook B8 played, Rook D6 instantly, and it looks like Fabiano's under serious pressure here. Rook F8?
I'm not quite sure
Rook
yet.
F8, maybe Queen A6, and try to play with the passed A pawn, even material. So Queen A6 after Rook F8.
Well,
everything off.
the C4 pawn is hanging.
I know,
right?
but A7 is hanging, so it'll be even material, but a passed A pawn and a good diagonal. So you said Rook F8, Queen A6.
I got you.
Yeah.
And by the way, the times have flip-flopped in that Fabiano's got less time now.
Okay.
He's played Rook C8, but I like Rook A6, Queen A6 either way. I want to win the A pawn, and Magnus will have a slight pull there. He didn't go for it.
Instead, he played Queen E7.
Whoa.
Trying to hold on.
Rook E6 potential exchange sacrifices.
Rook E8, Queen H4 have occurred.
It's
so
a
those
kind
are
of
off
a billiard shot by White's queen going.
And now Queen takes A2.
So now C5. No. Okay, Bishop C6 first. Rook
Okay,
F8, only
hard
move.
time guessing some of...
Yeah, we're not guessing very well.
Because C5, C6 look far more compelling than this. But there is an E2 pawn hanging here in the position.
Well, Rook E8, it's White's move now, right? So Queen E7 played.
Queen E7.
Well,
What
Magnus is
going on?
playing...
I don't get it.
No. He didn't have to go for this.
trying
Queen
to play Rook
A6 was just...
He's trying to play Rook D8, right, taking advantage
Well, just
of the back.
why not just
background.
H6 here? I mean,
Absolutely.
H6
Well,
Maybe Bishop E4?
maybe G6.
So G6
if you're going to
instead.
make luft, don't let the bishop come back to E4
But
with a
E2
tempo.
Then maybe I have a bunch
E2
of
is hanging.
checks.
He did play H6, by the way.
E2 is hanging. So Bishop E4, I'll take on E2.
And we saw
And he's taking on
instantly
E6.
an exchange
And then
sacrifice
played
with
Rook
Rook
D7.
D7.
That's the one that he was going for.
So
But Queen
Queen
A1
A1
checked
and
and
E4.
E4, right? Oh no, he played probably maybe even more solid Queen B1 check and Queen G6.
Yeah, keeps the
Right.
material.
Same defensive ideas. We don't have Bishop E4 because Queen takes E4 comes with check. That's annoying.
I could see Magnus trying to play F3 and Bishop E4.
Yeah.
Well, F3 is met by Rook B2. Eric, I wouldn't be anxious to allow Rook B2 in the position if I were white. I'm not exactly sure how he's going to stop Rook B2, mind you.
Is there any other way for us to get this bishop into the game, though? I mean, how do we get play if we can? And Magnus has only got 50 seconds left. Fabi has 30. And it looks like he has played F3.
Allowing this Rook B2
So with
shot.
Rook B2, the thing is, after Bishop E4, worst case scenario, we can
And
always
he's
play.
played Rook B2?
Well, you have Rook D8 as well. King
King
F2.
F2 has
King
been played.
F2.
Okay.
But it does, yeah, that's what...
Whoa.
And
Queen
now
F6.
Queen F6, and Rook takes A7. So
I like what Magnus is doing with F3. I mean, you get that bishop to E4 on a good day, then you play bishop B3, everything's under control.
So Rook
And Rook
C2 here,
C2
trying
getting
to pick
behind
up
the
that
pass pawn. Yeah, I like that move very much for black.
Yes, because bishop B5 is misplaced, and you don't
Queen
have a
takes
good way.
F6. Now there's a thing, because there's something to be suggested for
long.
G takes F6, but he did play Rook takes F6.
Rook takes F6. He's only got 8
G
seconds,
takes
so not a lot of
F6.
time to think it over. Rook
Yeah.
A4, and it looks like Rook F7. Now we've got the shot of the board.
Well,
I'm not
Is
sure
the
I
pawn
like...
enough compensation,
White,
yeah?
white is not
Yes.
worse here.
No, oh, for sure.
For sure
no,
not.
no,
Oh,
no
you'd rather
losing.
be white.
I'd rather be
I'd
white.
rather be white.
I'd rather be white. Once you get the structure, you get bishop
And you
D3,
could put your
king
bishop on
E3,
D3 too.
pawn to H5, king up to E4 on a good day.
Well, you don't want to give out that pawn, so you better put it
So
on
I
D3.
play E4 right away, and he has.
Yeah.
To get rid
That's
of that
good.
C
That's
pawn.
good. I think.
Yeah.
Now I think we're close to a draw.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Exactly.
And King
I agree.
F7,
So
very
why
good
couldn't
move.
you couldn't have taken with the pawn, huh?
No, just
And then
The bishop
Black
is
has to
locked
start
in.
worried about his other pawns. White that is.
Yeah, it's a draw, but once again, time trouble is going to be a key factor.
That's right. So we should keep watching this. But pretty well played there in the scramble. I think both of them finding some really only moves.
Agreed. Nice. King F6, solid. Like that move. Thank you, Mr. Arbiter.
Yeah, solid placement, body placement.
Yes, exactly.
That is a nice
Well, I
score.
do have the game on my board
Well,
in case we lost sight, but
It looks like we've got it
not
back.
too many changes.
No, only thing here, we do have an exchange of pawns now on F4, but the thing is, with this 2-second increment, they're able to build back time on their clock, making it less insane. And here
Bishop G6.
Well, Magnus wants to
doesn't
play
that just
E4, E5.
doesn't that allow an exchange sacrifice?
I have
with
Rook A6. I have Rook A6.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rook A6.
And here we got another view of the board.
And the king has to now drop back to the E7 square.
Maybe in
Oh,
an
a
ideal
lot of moves have
situation,
been-
Magnus would like to tuck the king to F5 with the structure pawn F4, pawn E5, king to F5, but I still don't see a breakthrough there.
Oh,
So
no.
Fabi's
Hold on.
snipped up a
Fabi just snipped the
pawn.
pawn. A very big
That
deal.
is beneficial for him.
And now
and Magnus
only black can win.
Yes.
Only black can win.
And Magnus also looking very shaky now, not happy at all with what's happened here. He is down in exchange, but not an easy task to win this with the well-placed bishop.
And this is the only game left. Yeah.
And now there's a rook at7, but he didn't really want to trade rooks that much here.
No, definitely
He wants
not.
to keep the rooks on the board.
Well, I'm thinking if I'm Fabi, what I could try to do is harass the king from behind, get my rook.
It's not an easy conversion, though.
No, not at all.
Yeah. let's hope. Like he overpushed this. He lost yesterday against Nakamura in a nice position.
Yeah, you see that it's not easy, and that's why Fabi's making all these fast moves, perhaps trying to gain some 2-second increments in the clock, so he has a little bit of time to think.
And by the way, I have 9 seconds for.
Well, what's the setup here? What's the setup to try to actively try to win here? Like, is this even winning?
Well, yeah. First of all, I think Black's king would be ideally placed on the F2 square.
Well, that allows, no, it doesn't. Okay.
So he's just trying to build a bridge to bring his king closer to that. Well, I was going to say G3 square, but he's like, having a hard time getting his king across. Is basically what's happening.
There's good chances Magnus can hold this.
Well, he wants to get the king behind the pawn.
Well, it's all about the clocks as well as the nerves.
That's right. So that's why Magnus keeps playing a rook e8 at any moment.
Now he's going to bring the king in. The rook is tied down, and now probably rook a3, bring the king to f2, as Yasser mentioned. Although then,
but he's also got to watch that f7 square. That's the thing.
Yep.
Oh, interesting move just there. Because now rook f6 check. Rook f6 was Fabi's idea. And look at what he's got. He's got the f4 pawn. He's going to take off the f4 pawn.
Oh,
and it's mate on the board.
Wow.
Checkmate on the board. King, I thought Black's king needed to come to g3, but this is an ideal mating. Whoa.
Beautiful performance by Fabiano Caruana, who saved the day, especially since Wesley's so lost.
Yeah.
Magnus would really be running away with it if he won this game.
Right.
But now we're actually at a standstill in the standings. They're at the top as Wesley and Magnus both lost.
Wow. And this was basically a position right here where there's no way that white could lose. He could just play g4 and bishop d3. He's got an ideal fortress, but it was only because of his effort to try to win the game that Magnus was upended. Big turnaround, huh, Eric?
I don't know about you guys, but I think Fabiano is improving in blitz. I mean, he was rated at 2640 heading into these two events, and now his live rating is probably 27-20 or something, but he seems to be controlling his nerves better. And just, I mean, clearly he's underrated in blitz. He's picking it up, so very impressive. And now, well, we'll see what's next, because the field is just who knows who's going to emerge on top today.
That's right. I mean, again, it's been broken open again, and we do have Maurice Ashley with our U.S. champion.
Well, we are with Fabiano Caruana, who really had a scintillating finish. Checkmate on the board. It's not every day that you checkmate the world champion.
Yeah, and it happened. I didn't even see it until like the last second, because at first I was just going to take the pawn f4, which is probably also winning. But yeah, I mean, it was a bit random that I got this, and because he was obviously much better at some point, clearly playing for a win. But I think I maybe found a few good moves, and we got into a drawn ending. And he should have just taken a draw, but he pressed too hard. And I mean, I know the feeling. Yeah, I've done it myself.
You have I remember in Paris, you put together a nice streak, starting in this particular round as well. Mm-hmm. What is it about the number 6?
Maybe it's going to be my new lucky number.
Well, absolutely defeating Magnus. You're still a bit out of the way, though. What is it going to take to get back to maybe being able to win this tournament?
I mean, so far I haven't played too well in the blitz, but I mean, you know, what can I say? There's still a lot of chances to fight for first place, and I'll try my best.
A lot of points needed, but still, it's a good way to start by defeating Magnus Carlsen. How many of us would ever get to checkmate Magnus on the board? Absolutely great finish for Fabiano. We'll see how he continues as this tournament continues here from Leuven.
That must be a nice feeling indeed, and we see our results kind of similar in a way. Magnus still leading, Wesley still behind, but the difference now is Vishy Anand and Leuven Aronian
catching up.
That's right, and they are both 3.5 out of 6 in the blitz, as are Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura, whereas you see Wesley and Magnus on even Steven, and that's why they're slipping behind. And this could really just completely open up if Leuven and Vishy start to string wins together.
Exactly, but the whole story is the shaky play of Magnus Carlsen, as he's not distinguished himself in these 6 rounds. He has 3 points, 50%, but not a very good 50%.
Yeah, and luckily for him, nobody is more than +1. Because otherwise, they'd really be challenged there at the top. And we are back to Leuven with Maurice and Alejandro for more thoughts on this critical round.
Indeed, very critical. Magnus looked like he could have solidified this round, had a nice point-and-a-half lead, especially after the disaster by Wesley So. But by losing, he completely shakes up the tournament. Now you have a crowded leaderboard, players right behind him. He feels the pressure of the wolf pack, if you will, and he's got to start playing. He's already lost 2 games today, right? This was his 2nd loss, and now he has to really show what he can do.
I think this is his first loss. I don't remember him, actually. He looked like he should have lost.
No, he did lose. Remember, he drew a game. He should have lost against Anand, and then he lost the next game, wasn't it, to Hikaru? Oh, okay, we have to check it, but I remember him losing 2 games. So, at any rate, this other game was a disaster for Wesley, and
that was important for the standings because even though Magnus Carlsen lost his game, his closest competitor, Wesley So, also lost, and that allows Aronian to jump into, well, the lead if you just count the blitz, and actually a great showing today by Leuven.
Yeah, he's tied now with Wesley for 2nd place. Right. So, this win, though, I mean, 22 moves.
It was a disaster.
You don't lose like that every day with any color if you're Wesley So.
You can kind of see that this has some slot features to the position, except you might be wondering, what on earth is going on and why is the H file open? And Wesley spent some time to destroy the H pawns in order to get this open file, but it was not worth it at all. As you can see, it's not creating thrust right now on the H file, and it's this move, E4, that really cements White's control over the center, and things are already going very wrong for the American player. He thought that he had a clever solution for it, but it backfired massively. After bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, queen takes d4, Black's idea is that you have this attack on the bishop on e4 and the knight on e5. You get your piece back. However, Aronian saw further. Knight takes f7 was boom, just smashing. Killer. You really have to take the knight, otherwise the rook on h8 is hanging. But unfortunately for Wesley, he starts getting caught up in a checkmate. You can imagine that if I establish a diagonal on a2 to g8, you're just getting mated. And this is exactly what Leuven tried to do, just kick out the queen after queen e5, bishop f4,
you know,
queen
when your queen
a5.
is attacking, you have to put it on e5 to get a tempo loss with a bishop on f4. Something really bad must have happened.
There are several wins here, but the cleanest, I thought, was what Leuven chose, bishop f5, which threatens both bishop e6 checkmate and the rook on c8. You can defend both of them. Wesley had to, he conjured up a couple of tricks, but he had to resign only a couple moves later.
Big time win for Leuven Aronian. Remember, he was in 3rd place to start the day. Now he's in a tie for 2nd. Definitely a good result, a great result for him. And the top it's all to play for. Only 3 rounds left today. Who knows what's going to happen? If Magnus Carlsen can get checkmated on the board, anything can happen in this tournament. So we'll be giving you more live action here from Leuven.
Yeah, they're actually tied for 3rd, and Wesley So in 2nd place. Magnus also going down today to MVL, so very shaky. And we're going to see if he can improve himself and maybe go on a streak in the last few rounds.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Veselin Topalov, who has not distinguished himself in either Paris or Belgium, for the first time has a plus score in the Blitz in this day 3.
What's remarkable about the Blitz so far is nobody is putting together those streaks.
That's right.
Only +1. That's the best score. I mean, that's really surprising in Blitz because usually when somebody goes on a roll, they keep winning. Why is that not happening, Eric?
I just think the players are playing better. I think especially the players who were uncomfortable, inexperienced in Paris, they've gotten enough games, gotten used to playing Magnus, Nakamura, very good blitz players. They're picking up some of those good habits, playing their games, and just feeling a lot more comfortable in the format. I think that's my view on why I think the level's elevated, or just the field is a lot more competitive than it was earlier.
But I still predict that somebody is going to go 2 out of 3 in the last 3 games. I guess that's not that ambitious. Is somebody going to go more than +1 in the last 3 games? What do you think? Statistically, I think you'd say yes.
Yeah, you'd say yes.
Yeah, you'd have to say yes. But again, I think Eric very perceptively pointed out that the players have improved their play. You're just seeing better defenses, better fewer blunders. I mean,
and the blunders that are there are less extreme.
Correct.
More of like a kind of like a miscalculation with rook c1, knight e2, not just an absolute howler with
dropping a rook or
like
piece.
c4, knight takes d8. We are not seeing anything like that today. And That makes it even more fun for us. So let us know what you think. We got our hashtag Grand Chess Tour. Are we going to see somebody sweep in the last 3 games and come in with a bang for tomorrow's Blitz? We're going to be back in just a few minutes to find out. And we are back at the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven. We are wondering, is anyone going to pull together a massive result in the last 3 rounds? Do you think there's going to be a 2.5 or a 3?
I think there'll be a 2.5. I think
No
we
threes?
might be asking for too much. How about you, Eric?
2.5. I really see a 2.5. Yeah, maybe a 3, but I do think there's going to be a lot of decisive games in these final few rounds we've seen in the past. At the end of the day, the players, as you know, they're human, they get tired, and we might see mistakes happen.
Anish Giri has not distinguished himself either in Paris or in Leuven. He's got his moment in this round, his chance in the sun. He will be having the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. That will be our marquee game, but also look at that game at Hikaru. Those will be the 2 games that we focus on as we get ready to start the 7th round of the first day of Blitz.
Yeah, we haven't heard Anish in an interview in a while. It means he's not doing so well because we're used to hearing his sense of humor. But he has to get that win and go see Maurice.
All right.
That's right. Now, what do you guys think? Anish has usually been a tough customer for Magnus, but this being Blitz, it's really anything can happen. And Magnus did defeat him in the last game they played.
Exactly, and rather easily at that.
Annihilated, yeah.
Yeah, I got annihilated. I'm expecting D4 Catalan, if he can get it against Magnus. Magnus, he's been varying his openings. You saw a kind of a Dutch that he essayed earlier, and handshake, and away we go.
And Anish playing E4, allowing Magnus to play the Caro again.
Which he did not do, and Magnus immediately went into a Berlin.
Right, so the more traditional waters, instead of a bishop c5 setup that we've been seeing so often.
It's not a Berlin, I'm saying bishop c4, I apologize.
Right, just it's very similar to the anti-Berlin, so I can see. And instead of developing his bishop to c5, he's put it on e7, and he's played a very quick c5. So this is a twist
Probably
that we haven't
play
quite seen yet.
Bishop e6.
It really does look a little bit like a kind of a Chigorin. Rui Lopez, but the point is, these pawns have not. This pawn in particular has not committed itself to the b5 square, and again, slow play by White. We are seeing so many e4, e5 games. I've been stunned. It's like everybody has been just playing these defenses.
If Magnus plays bishop e6 here, it kind of reminds me of the game yesterday that Anand beat Giri, and Giri was on the black side with those double e pawns, playing knight to c2, then going for this b4 type of thing. That happened, I think, yesterday. Anand.
That's
Giri.
right, and that was like that wasn't that great for Anand, but Anand made fun of Giri later. He said that Giri made fun of himself. That he set the position perfectly so that Anand could have the winning move b4.
Right, a study-like setup of the pieces. So
That's right. Actually, Anand's so nice. He would never make fun of somebody like that unless the person made fun of them first.
A7, A6 by Magnus.
Making it look more and more like a Roy Lopez, right?
Because now
knight c2 very quickly.
Knight c2, yeah. Because if knight c4, then Black would play bishop e6 and not have to compromise the structure.
And it's funny, rook b8, and it's like Magnus is aspiring for b5 and queenside play. Normally speaking, as we see this knight coming to c2, knight e3, knight d5 is one route. Knight e3, knight d5 is one. The other play is to play for c3, d4, and I think
none of the above.
Preface it with h3, but I see this d4 as being b5 as expected.
Yeah, we often preface d4 with h3 because if d4 sometimes bishop g4
it's
is annoying.
Yes.
Because if you take on e5, we might have knight e5, and then that pin is really out to get you.
Maybe here, maybe here d4, as Yasser's been saying. I like that plan. Otherwise, the positional plan might be bishop g5. Try to play bishop f6, knight e3, and control d5.
And we saw knight e3 right away. I must say, I think I would have gone for the bishop g5, bishop f6. And try to plant the knight on d5 in the fashion that Anish is now. Bishop e6. That is probably the single most challenging move because you don't want to really jump into d5 when you have to recapture with the pawn. And on the other hand, when you capture on e6, fe6, that kind of makes the knight on e3 look misplaced. But he has played bishop e6.
Well, remember Anand did do that, and then he put the knight back to c2 and tried to play b4. But he might play bishop d2 and b4.
He has. He's chosen the latter, bishop e2, bishop d2, I beg your pardon, with the intent, I think, of playing b4.
So Magnus is refraining from playing d5 because, as we've seen, that could also be a pretty risky move, leaving the e5 pawn as a clear target.
One idea that you might have in such positions is rook a6 and queen a1, but rook a6 I think could just simply be met by rook a8. So queen e2 and d5, a very committal move. We saw Anish's
weakening
e5
that pawn
pawn.
and knight g4 immediately trying to go after it. So this seems like it will compel the trade by Magnus.
Right, knight takes and pawn takes, but then because this e5 pawn really does stick out, possibly I'm being forced
You have to force to play
d5,
d4.
d4. Yeah.
Agreed. You can't take on e4.
Well, actually, is there something to be said for c4 and such? And he has played knight takes g4, Jen, as you said, was clearly forced. Hg, and I'm just looking at the position after c4.
I'll take on d5.
I'll recapture with the pawn.
And I think we've got to move as none of the above, guys.
What happened?
Bishop
Bishop
d6. Just fortifying the pawn with the bishop.
That seems okay.
Bishop
and now
d6.
rook a6, it looks like it's going to come into the position, putting some pressure on those minor pieces.
White's slightly preferable here, but
rook
a8.
nothing significant.
So
now
we expect rook a1.
Rook a1, queen b7 maybe is a way to, and that's why you play bishop d6 potentially too. Then you free up.
And all that happened, Eric. After queen b7, we saw rook a1.
But now there's a knight g5 in the position that you don't want to have to deal with. Knight g5
right.
Hitting that the
Magnus
base pawn
played
on
c4,
e6.
Just like in that aforementioned Anand game, there was an issue defending both e6 and e5.
Well, again, the move knight g5 does look attractive. If it provokes queen e7, I can go back with the rook a6, and I'm just creating a little bit of nuisance play there.
Well, white doesn't really have any clear targets for black to attack. So I do like Anish's position.
d4.
Okay, that's
whoa.
Super combative move by Magnus d4.
Whoa. Okay, he's got this nice trick in the position. If you take on d4, he can take on e6 with on d5 with a sudden threat of queen e6 check, picking up this bishop. So this move d4, that might be a really good move. If it works tactically, it's ideal.
No, if we take queen e4, queen takes e4 is just such a lovely position for the queen.
That's exactly, and then the threat of knight g5 with the double attack against both the h7 as well as e6 pawn could really upend the world champion.
Magnus under pressure here for sure.
And we do have a few moves in. Let's take a look and see what happens.
Sorry, I'm going to just
Rook e8 was played.
I'm going to refresh my board for a second. Okay, I'll be back.
Rook e8, then ed5, ed5,
and bishop f4. And
queen e7, maybe only move.
Magnus under pressure now. Bishop f4.
I'm putting lots of pressure on the pawn. We can't play e4 because it's bishop g6, e takes f3. The rook is still hanging on the e8 square.
Exactly. This queen on e2 pinning.
So what happens after queen e7?
Well, there's a massive trade, and then rook a5.
And queen e7 was played, so maybe we'll see that in the board.
So
you're going to trade everything off and play rook a5?
I'm thinking about it, but there's also I can't play rook. Well, I could play rook a6 actually. Rook a6. Well, no. Forget that. Sorry. I think taking on e5 and playing king f1. Massive trade on e5. Play king f1, and I prefer white.
But then you're allowing. You're doing mass trades.
Mass trades.
And he has taken.
So mass trades. He took with the bishop. Intriguing choice.
But okay, you're not worried about rook b8 at the end of that line and playing b4?
Well, my king is close, and I can play rook d1. Okay, I'm thinking. Sorry,
yeah.
Eric Hansen and I are analyzing lots of trades on e5, then king f1, and so we're in a rook ending where I'm trying to suggest.
And he's taken on e5.
That these two pawns on d5 and b5 are better targets, and white's king is closer. So again, trade everything on e5, play the move king f1, covering the business squares on the e file, with the idea of rook a5 and black is going to be forced on the defensive, and maybe I could warm my king up, king e2, king e3 in that rook ending, and the players are going right for the position that Eric and I have been discussing.
Play king f1. Is there a d4 and rook g4, or is that a bit...
That's a very good... he's... Anish has taken a different direction. He went rook a8 check and rook b8. I think this is allowing a quick draw
rook e1
after
and
rook
e2.
e1 check and rook e2.
Yeah, I don't see too much there.
That was why I thought king f1 was necessary.
More testing, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Try to
necessary.
get a little something.
Exactly.
I don't think there should be anything there at all. I don't see
So
how to make things complicated.
We're expecting rook e1 check, king up, and again, just like massive trades. Takes, 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 and we almost saw an ending like this that Wesley So won with white against Hikaru Nakamura, but that was
You
really...
played d4 instead, Yasser?
He did.
It looks like Wesley's doing well in his game, so he's got a very big advantage. Not up in material at the moment, though, and just a nice positional advantage.
Against Veselin Topolov.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Going to reroute that knight to c4, probably.
Unfortunately, one player who's... One very fascinating game is Fabiano Caruana versus MVL.
Also, so some very nice games going on here, but I do very much like Wesley's position. I think all of the advantages in the position are on Wesley's side of the board. Nice big targets, this a6 and c5 pawn, but more importantly, this beautiful knight is going to be anchored on c4 and a nice 4 versus 3 majority on the king side. So good things are happening for Wesley So
exactly
in this game.
And there's an insane material imbalance in the game between Caruana and MVL. MVL has 6 pawns for a rook.
What?
You don't see that very often.
What?
Yes, 6 pawns for a rook, and
I'll have to find that game on my board, but that's 6 pawns for a rook.
It's now
MVL.
5 pawns, but very...
only 5, sorry.
And total naked white king. Isn't that...
Well, if we're up 6 pawns, your king's likely to be naked, right?
Yeah.
Do the math.
Good point there, Jennifer. Very good point. I like it for MVL. I think this is gorgeous chances for black here.
Not easy to play this, especially in the time pressure. And we actually see a swap of queens over the board, and now this pawn coming to d3, threatening d2. And,
this is almost a kind of a nightmare Space Invaders.
Problem is,
well,
d2
you know what they say about
after rook b2 because knight f1 check.
Yes, rook b2 does
we can
not
still play d2. Indeed.
Yeah, it does not stop it.
So Fabi felt compelled to sacrifice with takes on d3, takes on d3. Now rook b2 because now d2 we can take on
now probably rook d8, rook d4. And I want to play knight c4 and
this should be a simple win, guys.
Yes, looks crushing now. I mean, we've got what, 4 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah,
no, you can't defend that.
Exactly. Just put your rook Well, he played rook e4. I was going to say just put your rook on d4 and then play knight e5. I think MVL is just giving, well, white might be walking into a mating net if he keeps this up.
And so did win his game, so he was able to convert that advantage and come back from a sad game last round, and he's back in the hunt.
Absolutely, and this game by MVL has still caught my attention. But, okay, this position, let's call it a win for a moment. Let me check back in with our world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
Holding just a drawn endgame.
Dead drawn endgame. Then, in that case, I'll go back to the MVL Fabiano Caruana game.
Yeah, just to see how
Ooh, a beautiful finish. Look at that. Knight f2. Those tricky knights.
So if rook takes d2, there's a knight e4.
The last game going on is Aronian Nakamura, which... all of a sudden,
Magnus has making a draw.
So Wesley's creeped up on Carlsen. He's only half a point behind you guys.
Nakamura has messed up a bit in his endgame.
Wesley won.
But he's still headed towards a draw.
And they have agreed to a draw. So this is a big round for Wesley. So despite his stumble last round, he has actually bridged the distance by half a point. Because Carlsen only drew and Wesley won.
Right.
So now just a half a point lead by Magnus Carlsen over the field as it gets tighter and tighter in Leuven.
Yeah, and well, that gap of Magnus, was it at its peak? Was it a 2-point gap or 1.5?
I think it was at 2 points at some point, indeed.
Right,
And
Magnus is being reeled in by the pack.
that's right. And Eric, your thoughts on this round? There was actually 3 draws and wins by MVL and Wesley.
One thing I'm impressed by is Wesley So, very solid player. Today he's taken a couple tough losses, and each time he's rebounded with a win to stay in contention. So that's been impressing me because he's had a unintentionally rocky day, but he comes back and wins against a pretty informed Topalov. So that's what I was impressed by. And otherwise, yeah, still every game is exciting.
That's right, and I mean that's exactly what the players were saying in the video. Was so hard to do.
Yeah.
To come back from a loss, to stop the bleeding, and Wesley just seems like his mental game and his psychology is very strong.
Right. I just wanted to bring up the game between Fabiano Caruana and MVL, and I was thinking to myself, how do you get 6 pawns for a rook? Well, you start with a piece sacrifice. You pick up 2 pawns, then you pick up a 3rd, and then you pick up a 4th. And look at all of these sacrifices. Remarkable play by MVL. You can't play king takes g2 because of knight e3. Maybe that was a better chance, but a very impressive game by MVL over the U.S. champion.
And let's go over to Maurice and Alejandro for their thoughts on this round.
Well, once again, we are hearing the bells toll, and this round indeed was one of those kind of rounds. Certainly for Fabiano Caruana, the bells tolled when those pawns by MVL, 5 connected pass pawns. That's something you don't see every day in a chess game. GMs think things like that are cool. It doesn't take much to please us. Something like that, we think like, wow, that was cool what just happened.
Whereas 2 important games I think we should review. Of course, that game between MVL and Caruana. MVL at this point has a slight edge in this position. You could play rook to e to a8. Nothing much is going on. Slow game. He decides none of that business. Bishop takes d4, just sacrificing a piece for 3 pawns. There was nothing really much more than that. He just wanted to open up the position. And I just love the way that he keeps ignoring material. He cannot take on b3 because pawn takes b3 forks the rook and the knight. But then after rook takes a2, it seems, okay, it's an interesting position. Nothing much is going on. Give it a couple of moves. Here after rook takes a2, rook b1, knight e2 check. King h2, knight takes g3, sacrificing the house. Pawn takes g3, and again, rook takes g2. Devastating idea. Cannot take the rook because knight e3 check, and the queen is gone.
Beautiful moves.
That means that after king h1, he had the opportunity to sacrifice even more material. Another exchange sacrifice on g3, and count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns for a rook. Almost never see this, as 6-1 is about to fall, and that was just too many pawns for Fabiano to deal with.
That was spectacular. You see stuff like that happening in Blitz, and your eyes are bedazzled by these great moves. Certainly a great game by MVL. But this game has something to say about the standings overall, as Wesley So, who was a point behind with this win and a draw by Magnus Carlsen, is now only a slim half a point behind, chasing Magnus down and beating Topalov in this game. It's kind of bizarre that Topalov actually resigned in this position.
I think it was a combination of time pressure and other things that just cost him to lose the game. But honestly, he's completely lost. He is down a pawn, and his position is really bad.
We've seen that happen, though, before. People have had worse positions than this and come back in Blitz.
It's true, although this one does seem hopeless. But again, it was the clock that really sealed the deal in the game. And basically, Wesley just outplayed Topalov. At every single point of the game, Wesley was slightly better. He sacrificed the pawn in the opening to obtain really good spots for his pieces, especially this knight on c4, which ended up on c4, was on d5 for much of the game. Anchored, very powerful, and I thought Wesley played a beautiful game against Topalov, despite the fact that it was a blitz game.
Well, Magnus Carlsen's lead is starting to shrink. He was comfortable at one point, a point and a half ahead of the field, but now the gap's closing. Will the players be able to catch Magnus before the day's over with just a couple of rounds left to go? The excitement should be building here in Leuven.
Thank you, guys. And here's our combined standings after 7 blitz games of play in day 3. Take it away, Jen.
Well, still nobody on +1. I mean, more than +1 is pretty crazy. I mean, nobody on more than +1 and almost everybody on even or -1 at worst. It's just crazy.
Exactly.
Very, very tight, very competitive, and that's what we love to see. And we're going to be back with the final 2 rounds. And good news, guys, Carlsen So meet each other next round. So that, of course,
first and
is
second.
going to be a huge round for us as we see who goes into tomorrow with the lead. Hello and welcome back to Leuven, where we've got Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, the tournament leader and the runner-up, facing each other in the penultimate round.
Absolutely. Huge, huge game. And for Wesley So, who had a very credible result in Paris, this game is critical for his outing in the Grand Chess Tour. Again, Magnus Carlsen, being the wild card, will not play in the Sinquefield Cup or the London Classic. So he cannot win the Grand Chess Tour and defend his title this year.
Yeah, so we'll miss him, but that means that for different players, how he stands is significant. I mean, I guess most of them actually want him to do well.
Exactly.
If I'm not going to do well, at least have somebody do well who's not going to be competing against me.
Exactly, rob the points. And let's turn to Eric for his impressions of this penultimate round.
Thanks, Yasser. Well, I'm also following the game between Carlsen and So. I think if you're Wesley So and you see the way Magnus is playing, you just want to, hold Magnus, because Magnus is having erratic day, and he, as long as Wesley keeps doing what he's doing, he's playing solidly as black, and he's winning some key games as white against the other competitors. So I think here, just a solid result, and get ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely. As you see the players getting prepared, Wesley.
But one thing that's interesting is Nakamura has been playing okay today, but his score isn't that impressive. Like, he didn't just storm back. I noticed a lot of people are just managing to not lose control over the position, where he excels. So it's I really do think the play has improved a lot, and that's nice to see.
I just saw the webcam shot of Veselin Topalov, and he had that concentrated look, that at the board fierce, competitive look that he had when he was world champion. And he's beginning to show signs here in Leuven, because Paris was such a bad outing. And he's just improved his play dramatically for this second Grand Chess Tour event.
That's right. He does seem like he's getting into his zone. A lot of these players, when you see them in person, you see like so much energy around them.
Yes.
Like, you don't always see that. That's why it's good for you to go to the
Did you see that handshake? And that was not a high energy start to the game.
Very perfunctory handshake, I must admit.
They don't have any beef, though.
No, they just seem tired.
Let's get on with it. And Slav, Bishop G4, Queen B3 by Magnus, and Queen B6.
What a relaxed pose.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magnus does this kind of pose a lot, doesn't he?
It'd be demoralizing to lose to somebody so relaxed.
And he is playing really fast. Some of the other games, he's super slow down in the opening, but taking a different tack here and trotting the moves out quickly.
Indeed. All very well-known play. Wesley, one of the most experienced players in the world with the black side of this position, and he just played this move G6, G5. One of the things that you really have to be worried about if you're black in such positions, after G5, if your knight ever has forced to the square H5, then you can get your knight permanently imprisoned on the king side. So G6, G5, an important move to stop white's ideas of G4, G5, and F2, F4. So I think the position is still well known. We're in theoretical waters, and it's a balanced position. Now, with this move, Rook D1, what Magnus has done is he's fortified this pawn on D4 to allow himself the opportunity to play E3, E4. This bishop on C1 is a passive piece, so you want to break open the position for the bishop, give it a diagonal on which to develop. So Rook D1 preparing E4, and Wesley has to make a decision. I was about to say the decision he has to make is, where does he want to put his king? Queen side, king side, or leave it in the center for a while. He played the move Queen C7. Well, I don't say knight takes G4 as a threat, but thanks to the rook still being on H8, there are ideas of sacrificing a piece in order to play Queen H2. So Magnus just double-checking that no sacrifices are allowed.
Is Magnus calculating E4 here? I've seen the idea of playing, taking on D5, playing E4, and then playing D5 without even taking it back. So an example, CD5, let's say ED5.
Okay.
I play E4.
Okay.
And then let's just say DE4.
Okay.
Moves like d5 or bishop g5 in that position and temporarily sacrificing the e4 pawn, just trying to activate the bishops.
Intriguing. And we did see the move e4, by the way, by Magnus after queen c7. I'll just refresh my board for a moment. And instead of your suggestion there of
You
d5,
just took back, yeah.
there was just a massive swap. Now this bishop on e4, because due to the pawn on h3, it usually should come back, and Magnus quickly played his bishop back from e4 to g2, so there's no knight f6 type of issues. After the move rook d8, okay, the commitment is very clear. Wesley is going to put his king on the king side.
And white does want to play d5 at a good opportunity, but right now, wants black to move.
I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley's taking some time on his clock here, because I think castles is a very straightforward decision, and he finally did do it.
So bishop e3.
To quote the great Elad Meshkowski, same move faster was better.
Bishop e3, rook ac1. Pretty natural play for Magnus here, but a very solid position for black. I want to say Topolov did a reverse Benoni, but the queens are off in that game, so it's not as crazy as it might seem.
You're referring, of course, to the game of Veselin, Topolov, and Hikaru Nakamura?
Yes, but the queens are off, so it's not a crazy Benoni.
So, what is Magnus going to do?
Rook c1 and d5, I think.
Yeah, Magnus got a proud possessor of the two bishops, wants to open up the position. d4, d5 is a natural idea for white in such positions, even at the cost of allowing a knight to c5. But you do want to open up the position for the two bishops, and very natural play so far. A little bit of pressure, I think, on Wesley. So, a very intriguing idea is that with this pawn on g5, the square f4 is weak. If you could get in all of these moves, knight f8, knight to g6, and knight f4, well, it would be black assuming the initiative. But we have to be on guard that the move d4, d5 doesn't cause an accident.
And well, d5 would come immediately after knight f8.
Exactly.
For sure.
And it would cause an accident.
Well, I'm liking Magnus' position. I mean, I don't see how to stop d5. You can't play knight f6 because g5 is hanging. So d5 is coming, and it's generally favorable for the bishops.
Yes, that is actually...
I just simply like his position. I think it's a bit better for white with very easy play.
And he's ahead of the clock as well by almost a minute and a half.
Right. A suggestion I might have for black here is to play e5. The idea is to lock up the position. In case of e5, d5, probably not the best move. My idea was simply to lock up the position with c6, c5, trying to blunt...
But then d6. I'll play d6 and queen b7 right away.
Uh-huh. Okay, so much for that idea. Okay, so...
but you're right.
Wesley. You have to play bishop d6 there.
Strategically, yeah. Black wants to close up the position. I just don't see how that happens. And white wants to open it up.
Right. Oh, by the way, he did play e5, d5. Oh, hold on.
No,
I think that's...
b6, I think.
Those are my moves. I apologize. Let me refresh my board.
Magnus played d5 instantly. So
after queen b6, right?
And we do have a trade of queens. He's very pleased with this opening of the position for his two bishops.
If I'm Wesley, I might be looking to bail out, try to figure out a way to maybe even sacrifice a pawn and get opposite bishops or something. But it's...
He has traded on d5 once, and quickly the recapture was played by Magnus. Now, again, you'd like to play the move c5, but d5, d6 is coming, exposing the pawn on b7, and that's a big battering ram of a pawn on the d6 square. So he has chosen to capture on
well, this
d6.
is definitely a
clear
advantage for white.
Absolutely.
And most likely it's going to...
Well, there is the tempting choice of bishop takes a7. The d5 pawn isn't running away. A lot of tempting choices.
Bishop d5, rook d5, bishop a7.
Rook c7, rook d5. A lot of good moves for Magnus. He chose one. Rook takes d5, one of the good options for him in this position. And Wesley So, under clear...
And taking his time, he's under a minute now.
Well, yeah, the decisions are not getting any easier, that is for sure.
I've had a similar position one time as black, and what I did is I just gave up a pawn and tried to get my knight to f4. I played knight f8, knight g6 or knight e6, and immediately just try to get it to f4 and try to provoke. Bishop takes f4, at least there's opposite bishops there.
And once they played bishop f6.
So now bishop a7.
Bishop a7 occurred.
Indeed. That was...
as long as Magnus keeps one pawn on the queen side, that's okay.
Yes, that is key, certainly key to keep an extra pawn. Now knight e5.
Yeah. He might be going for it to play knight g6 in the future.
Knight d3, knight f4.
That's also, yeah.
Yeah, just to get some counterplay. But you mentioned that you gave up one pawn. I think what Wesley has done is give up two.
Well, fortunately, it's only because white has double pawns that it's a bit more acceptable. Because if white didn't have double b pawns, then
just be totally over, right?
Right, it'd be a huge advantage. So.
And Magnus is traded and taken on b7.
Right, just collecting the goods. Rook c8 in the position to get the rooks off, and then there's just simply no counterplay.
Yeah, there's no rook d7 here because you got rook c8 check and bishop e4 with tempo, so your bishops survive.
And knight d3, and now rook c8 is, clearing the field so that you've got an extra pawn on the queen side. Assuming b2 is going to be lost, black's only chance is to set up some kind of fortress on the b4.
Knight to f4, maybe not though. Then the queen side.
So instead, Magnus has played rook d1.
All right.
Same idea, though. It's going to provoke a trade of rooks.
Exactly. So we're...
Although here, what happens if rook d7? You have to play bishop e3. If you play bishop e4, it's opposite bishops. I'm not sure I'm happy with that.
Right.
So,
well,
taking his
rook
time here, 15
d7...
seconds. Let's hope he doesn't freeze.
Rook d7, bishop e3.
That's maybe some defending chances, but he has not chosen that. He played knight b4 instead, going for the dark square blockade, but I don't think this is going to be any happiness at all. Now we have the rook trade under better circumstances for white, and the move bishop c5 looks very strong.
I mean, one annoying thing is if you play bishop f6, I'll play bishop e3. You can't take on b2 because g5 is always hanging. So it's the two pawns, even though they're doubled, it's going to stay that way.
By the way, Captain Obvious over here, 6 seconds for Wesley is he's really burned a lot of his clock, and bishop c5, and that is it. He just resigned. Wow.
Well, he resigned. He saw knight a6, bishop d6, and he was anticipating then bishop b7, trapping that knight on the side of the board.
Big win there by Magnus Carlsen.
Very one-sided game.
And a quick blitz game, too, if blitz games can be quick. So let's move on to some of the other games, which are still very much in full swing.
Why Wesley gave it a rest. Let's see, which games would you like? I wanted to go to...
Topalov, Nakamura?
Pardon me. I wanted to go to Topalov, Nakamura. I'm just searching for that game for a second. Nope, that's not it. And I'll bring it up.
Topalov, Nakamura is quite sharp.
Leuven made a draw, by the way. Here we have it. Oh, Hikaru. It's got that beautiful knight on e3.
I think you might have to play c5 and try to put your bishop to b7 if you're Topalov.
Absolutely. c5 has been played. There's a chop-chop, g4, and I like your bishop b7 move, Eric.
Bishop b7, then g3, we can play king f3, and after g2, we have king f2, and it's iffy.
He didn't move his bishop. He went c6 right away.
I like it. Because
so if takes f3, we have c7.
Well, we can do king f3 first or c7.
And he went king f3.
King f3
I thought c7 immediately ran into knight g4 check.
Ah, that's right.
So now we have seen.
Well, it'll be rook against rook and knight against rook here.
Dead draw.
And that should be a dead draw. Although we know Nakamura will play on, and Veslin's certainly capable of blundering. So.
Everybody, as I remember, Magnus Carlsen actually winning rook and knight versus rook against Erwin Lamy in a classical game, as did Garry Kasparov against Judith Polgar. But it's a draw. Trust me on this one, it's a dead draw. with proper play. Now we just have to keep in mind the 50-move rule. Any other games of interest going on?
Geary MVL is 2 rooks against the queen in balance, but it's quite even right now. However, we've seen these, you know, as you get low on time, maybe the queen becomes, oh, they've agreed to a draw.
Geary MVL has been drawn.
Okay, so with that draw, we'll go back to see if
Nakamura can create some magic here.
Yes, rook and knight versus rook.
Is there a technique, Yasser, to trying to push this?
Yeah, the only technique I can suggest is to push the defending king to the side of the board. It's very hard to do because it's not forced, and you're always trying to create a bridge for your own king.
So cooperative opponents are always a benefit.
Exactly.
In every situation.
Well, in this particular case, Hikaru's made some progress by pushing the king all the way, not completely to the side of the board, but certainly to the B file.
Well, Veselin's keeping Nakamura's king head off.
That's very important.
But maybe he's going to try to slide in.
Right. You've got to create a bridge for your own king now.
That's right. That's why I thought Topolov hesitating. And I think he must have seen some kind of blunder.
Right. There's a lot of squares that his rook could get forked.
So instead of moving his rook further away.
And just getting a whole series of checks.
This does create the kind of bridge you were talking about, Yasser.
Right. Let me just...
You're trying to do a move counter?
Well, I'll have to rely upon Eric for that. Eric, after there was a capture of the H-pawn quite some time ago.
Which move was that? I'm going to research for you. Just
yes, I'm just trying
move
to find
57. King takes H6.
So Veselin has to avoid checkmate until the 100th move or so.
Or the loss of
57, so 108?
108. He needs to survive to 108. I mean, he does have a draw, of course, but it's all about the clock and not getting... Tricked. Here you have it.
You know Nakamura's all about the tricks.
I've lost to him this endgame multiple times. So.
In the 1 minute games, probably.
Yep.
In bullet.
So he's used to trying to squeeze this, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about how much chess theory would change if this endgame was actually a win for Black, right? It would change everything.
Change a lot.
Veselin only needing 10 moves.
Not everything.
Showing good technique here.
Now, as far as that goes, guys, how does it work? Does the arbiter step in and say, you have the right to make a claim? Or does Veselin have to say, I think I've played enough? I mean...
Well, he won't know. I mean, there's no way. Whole point. The DGT maybe...
Which S chess pieces are forced mate? Hawk versus King?
The Hawk can do it by itself.
Yeah, force it. Okay.
Right.
What's the worst drawn
endgame? And the elephant too.
Oh. I was gonna not by itself.
I was gonna ask, what's the worst drawn endgame you guys have lost? Like a theoretical draw or a really basic one? Like
I once lost a king and pawn endgame where my king was defending and it just sort of like fell asleep and didn't stay in front of the pawn. I mean, it was pretty shameful. But of course, I was like 1400 at the time.
I love the 2 bishops versus knight one. That one's supposed to be a draw, but you have to actually feed and settle your knight.
That's a tough one.
That's not intuitive.
Well, they're way past 50 moves now.
Okay, so I would have assumed the arbiter, somebody would say, okay, because the way it really should work is the player says, I claim a draw. And if the claim is upheld, fine. And if not, then the worse Topolov would give Nakamura, for argument's sake, an extra minute on the clock. But I don't think
we're at 122 moves.
Okay, so I think he could
just wants to be absolutely sure before he makes the claim.
This is about as absolute.
He's obviously not keeping count. He's not keeping count, so he's trying to keep like. So he's trying to keep like some kind of running count in his head.
Right.
Or an estimate, but he wants to be sure because he realizes, hey, I can throw in another few checks and it's definitely right.
Yeah, but you're so in the zone, you're just reacting. It's not. So I'm just saying that I believe the proper thing for Veselin to do is say to the arbiter, I'll stopping the clock to claim a draw. And
he wants Nakamura to say, good defense, all for the draw himself.
Well, Nakamura is not going to say that. Nakamura is going to just play on and on and on and on.
Well, of course, if he ever got in trouble, like if he felt like he was in some kind of setup where he was in real trouble,
maybe he's teasing. Maybe he's teasing.
Then,
is that a possibility?
We better not lose his rook.
He could tease Hikaru
as long as he
until
doesn't
he has
lose
a
his
good
rook.
setup.
And by the way, Hikaru has made the most progress he could possibly. He has pushed Vesselin's
Although he actually only has 3 seconds left. Nakamura is like is thinking.
I think my theory might be accurate.
Yeah, that's what I agree. He's waiting to see if there's any trouble, and then he's going to try to claim that draw.
Now it's going to be a draw. Wow. Yeah, finally.
And there we go. Draw, good defense by Vesselin, and
was that the 80 move rule or so?
The 80 move rule. Well, you know, it's probably hard to keep count in a blitz game, so you can't really blame Vesselin for not.
I think he knew it was more than 50 though. Intuitively,
yeah.
I mean, that was 75
absolutely,
moves.
absolutely.
He was smiling after, so no hard feelings.
So two decisive results in this round.
But the big
Magnus winning over Wesley, so huge result.
Right.
That brings Magnus a point and a half ahead of the field yet again. And let's go over to Leuven with Maurice and Alejandro.
Well, clearly a very big round happened. Magnus Carlsen defeating Wesley, so that really changes the standings a lot. He had a 1.5 lead earlier, then he tripped by losing, but when he needs to win, Magnus somehow just always delivers.
Magnus delivering when he really, really needed that win to separate himself from the field. But also Wesley So. He's mentioned it himself. So a lot of people have pointed this out. When it comes to be under pressure, when it's that time to perform, to beat the world champion and take lead for himself, those are the games that really cost him. He hasn't been able to show that when he is on stage, on camera, where he is in that point, about to take the lead, that he can perform. And that cost him today. Really, Magnus Carlsen won a very easy game.
Way too easy, as a matter of fact. When you see games like that, the leaders, first and second place, you're expecting a battle, a brouhaha. Certainly not what we expected, such an easy loss. But the other critical games as well, this one quite interesting, maybe not critical to the standings, but definitely was an interesting one as Kramnik was able to beat Fabiano Caruana.
We had a couple of games that were not exactly the most exciting. Anand drew against Aronian, so two of the players that are still in contention for first place, realistically. They drew a relatively simple game, but there was this game that really caught my attention between Vladimir Kramnik and Fabiano Caruana. A really complicated tactical sequence started
And I should point out that Vasilij Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura did draw that knight and rook ending, so that result is in.
So after queen takes b7, it seems like Vladimir is just grabbing a pawn, and then kind of all hell breaks loose. Rook b8 attacks the queen. Now, you cannot defend the knight on e4 anymore, which is being attacked by the queen on g6. But I think that Kramnik thought he was winning, because after queen takes c7, knight, queen takes e4, he very confidently played the move. Knight takes c6, which looks super powerful. You're attacking f8, you're attacking g7, you're attacking g5, the queen's turning b8, so you cannot play rook f7. It seems like that's it, you know, there's nothing else. And indeed, after queen g6, Kramnik took the exchange on f8, and he won the game rather easily from there with a nice material advantage. 2 pieces do not compensate a rook, and 3 pawns. That's too many pawns. But here, both players, I think, just completely missed the fact that knight f3 check would have given Fabiano a fantastic position. He saves the exchange, the queen takes the powerful knight, and suddenly it's black that has the initiative. I think that was a big mistake by Fabiano, and that cost him a game, and he's dropping points from positions that he shouldn't be losing.
That probably knocks him out of the running completely. He had already a tall order trying to catch the leader or even come in second or third place. Now with this result, he's going to have to go on a monster tear if he's going to make any headway. It doesn't seem likely right now the way he's playing. With Magnus Carlsen showing what he's made of, now in first place, a 1.5 points ahead of 3 players. Again, though, we should note, Magnus winning the tournament is important. Of course, he wants to win the title. But those other 3, they know that he probably won't count in the overall standings in the Grand Chess Tour. So they're kind of playing for first in a weird way in the tournament. So by being tied, we do have an important result, an important situation for the overall standings in the Grand Chess Tour. But we'll see what happens. Round 9, the last round of the day, it should be very exciting, will be coming up next.
Thank you, Maurice. And Jennifer, the final game that we have in store is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, we've got a game we always love to watch. Magnus versus Hikaru. We've got that right after a short break, and it's going to be the final round today of Blitz.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour Leuven edition. We are here in the final round of Blitz. In the first day of Blitz, we have 9 more games tomorrow to close the tournament. Magnus Carlsen is up against Hikaru Nakamura, a game that we want to see, Jennifer, for this final day of action.
That's right. We always love to see these two battle it out. Remember in Paris when Nakamura, after having such an outstanding result, lost to Carlsen in the last round.
Exactly.
That was pretty sad. And then, of course, more drama when they played the rapid game here, and Carlsen inexplicably blundered.
Yeah, a piece in like 8 moves. It's just amazing. And Hikaru, you see rushing to the board as everybody has already been set up.
Let's see how this handshake is.
Now
Vigorous.
that was more like it.
And I hope that also
quick
shows
to
that
take off his jacket, and instantly the arbiter pressed the clock, even while he was still getting himself adjusted. D4. And are we going to see? No, we're not going to see a Nimzo Indian. We're going to see a Bogo Indian.
So we haven't seen this too much because whenever anybody played this against Fabiano, he went for the Benoni.
Yeah.
And now after bishop takes d2.
Well, this was a treatment that Ulf Anderson liked to do. It's a way of getting into a queen's gambit to decline, queen takes d2, castles, and d5.
You prefer taking with the queen?
Yes, I think definitely the white knight on b1 needs to be on the c3 square. I don't like the d2 square. And I was going to say that in his younger days, when he was unsure of his status as an elite player, Magnus Carlsen did play this defense as a way of equalizing. Usually what Ulf tried to do here as black was play queen e7, take on c4, and play c5. Now the question is, what has Magnus prepared? Has he prepared something like knight e4, a little tricky move into the center? That is a possibility. But in general, it's supposed to be a treatment for equality, and he has played queen e7, as did the great Ulf Andersson, the Swedish grandmaster of the 80s and 90s, who became the third highest rated player in the world at one
Who would
time.
like to play blitz without queen?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the point? I mean,
that
like
might be good for a lot of youngsters.
Isn't that
working their end games.
Yeah.
Or their queenless middle games.
A decaffeinated coffee? What's the point?
So I guess
Hikaru
trying to play as many moves as possible before taking on d5.
Right, it's a fight for a tempo. Rook d8 is the usual move. And again, queen c2. The queen, not that great on the d2 square. But now it's time. We take on c4, bishop takes c4, and we break with c5. And we try to just equalize by just trading a lot of pieces. For example, castles take on d4, knight takes d4, bishop d7 is the common line of play. A little messed up with the pieces there by Hikaru.
So if cd4, do you take with a knight or take with a pawn? Oh, that happened.
It happened.
And knight takes.
And now bishop d7 is the usual move that I'm familiar with. And then after knight c6, it's really, really hard, thanks to the symmetrical pawn structure, 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, for white to really make any headway. He has a slight lead in development, but not too much.
He's not getting much out of the opening, and we're not used to seeing Hikaru grinding Magnus, which is what he'll need to do here to get anything.
And Hikaru continues to play quickly as if he's got it all. Whoa, bishop b5.
So many pieces. This is strange.
Yeah, this is just...
He needs this win more than Magnus.
Oh, definitely. Oh, Magnus had a very, very easy day in this game. No problems whatsoever.
Yeah, and it just looks like the pieces are being...
Just hoovered off the board, I would put it.
We might have to look for another game like
totally symmetrical position as well.
Caruana's reverse Benoni against Anand might be our next target if this continues.
Exactly. Too many piece trades to make this an interesting encounter. I would say something like, well, there's a lot of moves, but the move that's most natural is just queen back to e7.
And that's what happened.
And just asking Hikaru, what you got, dude?
What do you have? More trades?
No,
More trades.
They're content. I mean, I guess they're calling it a day.
Rook c6,
the way
queen
he's
d2,
playing.
threatening queen d8, one threat.
And it's
One
not much
threat,
of a
one
threat.
time.
Yeah.
Even then, you can go queen f8, right?
Exactly.
This is nothing.
This is
Of course.
absolutely nothing. So, shall we just take? Where would you suggest we go?
Caruana Anand.
Caruana Anand.
Fabiano's
This
been
game.
losing and winning a lot. Not many draws today.
No, I haven't found it.
Stripes versus plaid.
Caruana Anand, and I have it up now. Well, we're seeing Fabi embrace a lot of Benoni pawn structures, both with the white pieces as well as the black pieces. Is this a new Fabiano Caruana that he's investigating these Benoni structures, or is it just something that he likes to play in blitz, in rapids?
Yeah, I feel like maybe the latter.
Mm-hmm.
Because those types of openings do seem better suited for blitz and rapid, where the plans are a bit more obvious.
And there's a lot more dynamic play in the position.
Exactly, and if you happen to be lost, you might just be able to mix things up anyway.
Well, Vichy, with his extraordinary experience, is not going to be put off, and he will take the space that this pawn on d4 does represent. And so, there you have it. Just a very balanced, very even keel game at the moment.
And Geary's going all out against Kramnik.
Ooh, that's a
His
fun
pawn
one.
structure is
Okay, we might switch
horrendous.
over to that game.
all out here, because positionally that's the worst pawn structure.
Oh my goodness, the position I just have on my board. You do, that is a strange looking pawn structure, all right. But
I'm sure it came from another one of your favorite Roy Lopez's,
it
Yasser.
sure looks like it, doesn't it? You know, with that, the pawns on e6 and e5 are the tell, the giveaway. And Vladimir Kramnik to play after this move, knight d2, defending e4. Well, the thing that Vladimir is missing in his position, of course, is this rook on a8. He would really like to get that guy in the game.
I think he started with the...
Move king h8.
That's right.
Well, okay, I'm still trying to get the zen of the position here. I don't like this knight on d2. It's not really in the position, but
yeah,
it is...
exactly. It's a very defensive. And Anish has taken on g7 twice.
Right.
So massive trade on g7, king g7. Now king h2, trying to bring the other rook over to g1.
Exactly.
But it is hard to see. We really like that knight to be participating in an attack somehow. Queen h5 now.
I like this move very much. Again, getting out of the way in order that we could bring this rook into play.
So if we play rook g1 check now, and then, that didn't happen, and I was thinking then queen f2, but instead Anish has just taken twice on h5, and then played this interesting move b6 with the idea that if takes on b6, we do have a combination of rook b1 and knight c4 in the position.
Exactly.
So we've moved that knight off sides just in time to get some play of our own.
But we've got to take the pawn in any case. We don't want to see, c6, knight c4 anyway. So we take the pawn, and in case of either rook b1 or knight c4, we'll see rook c8. And no, Vladimir saying, go ahead, take on c7, and I'll play rook c8 in that position. He's played the move knight back to f6, keeping an eye on this e4 pawn. Trying to keep this knight stuck on the d2 square. And we've seen the move rook check. Well, that makes it easy. King f7. Maybe I spoke too soon. No, I think king f7 is the right move. The reason I hesitated is because after take on c7, there is a knight c4, maybe I don't want my king on f7. And indeed, he didn't want his king on f7, he chose h7 square. So again, in this position, if we take on c7, rook c8, knight c4, I do have this move, knight takes e4. I don't have to allow knight captures d6. This pawn on c7 as well. It's not going anywhere. So this is our current position.
Fabiano's entering a slightly better endgame against Anand.
No, I'm sorry.
And So's got a nice position as well.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I think that the game between Hikaru and Magnus is actually not going to be drawn that quickly. It seems like Magnus is actually trying to like play on, and you know how he likes to just keep playing.
He has a better position. I mean,
slightly better.
Hikaru's played terribly,
really?
passively, just not in his. It's just strange to go play the way he did as white, and now he's getting punished. Magnus is going to play on and is outplaying him. But
there's not much to chew on, but you know Magnus knows what to do in those spots.
A lot of his wins against Hikaru have been in those sorts of positions where there's a little bit, and Hikaru gets uncomfortable.
He's got more space on the king side for sure, but really, guys,
well, he's won these sorts of positions in classical.
And yeah, this is only a minute and a half for each side.
Right.
Yeah, and there's like the psychological advantage here of Nakamura knowing that he played for nothing, and now he's actually suffering.
Right, the slippage
Knight d5 now.
It's probably going to be a draw, but still
E4 is well timed.
I see, yeah, that's true.
And now with rook takes E4.
Pawn takes E4.
Pawn takes E4. Wow.
But you weren't expecting that?
I really wasn't. I thought rook takes E4, and at least the structure, black structure, has been compromised.
And now knight back to F6.
Knight back to F6.
There's a real possibility we might have 5 draws this round.
Knight E5.
Knight E5, now the knight's going to H5, trying to maneuver to F4.
Exactly.
Geary and Kramnik have drawn their game.
And sly little move by Magnus, rook C8, planning to go over to the F file.
Now he's got his knight on G3, and Nakamura has passively placed his rook on E1, which can't be fun.
No, all credit to Magnus Carlsen. He's definitely got the squeeze going on here.
Yeah, and credit to Nakamura, because it must be very frustrating here, but at least he's keeping a balance on the clock, because otherwise it could be very frightening.
Mm-hmm.
He's just played this move, A5, you know, he doesn't want to do anything drastic like E5, which would let the king come into the
E5
game.
for Magnus to fix that pawn on
E4?
E4.
I'm thinking that the move King D6 is a nice move, but maybe A6, A5 was a little bit better to corral the knight on D3, just to deny it the B4 square. So this was a good choice, A5.
Now after rook c1, we see rook
King
c1
back.
taking advantage of the fact that if knight e4, you can play knight f2 check.
Right. And
Knight
now
c5.
probing from the other side, King F6. Obviously, Magnus would love the opportunity to play King E5 and somehow get the king to D4.
Maybe
and he did play E5.
And Wesley So is about to win against MVL, this rook endgame, bouncing back.
As he's done.
He's done over and
time
over
and time.
again. It's
yeah.
crazy. It's crazy how he's been doing that. And now, again, Magnus would really
I
like
like
to
the
stick a
position
knight
on
on
knight
F4.
F4. I mean, these endgames, the far advanced pawn, after knight F4, let's say knight F4, G-F4. Oh, this is
Rook
bad.
C1.
Can you go into that endgame and just take with the E pawn?
Rook takes C1.
I'm thinking that there's a pawn breakthrough for black after knight F4. You can't afford to take. I'll take with the E5 pawn. I'll go knight F4,
Right.
E5, and then I'll get H4. Pardon me, G4, F3, and H3 in. So you have to
That's a
play
great
knight
line.
E1, and that's ugly.
And I know he's taken on F4.
Oh my
is, line,
gosh.
is the king close enough? After
No.
pawn takes F4, king D2, your idea of G4?
I think it just wins. I can't
G4,
believe.
F3, and H3. And Wesley did win his game, just a comeback kid over and over. He doesn't even get
Remarkable.
phased.
So king E5, king D3, G4.
G4 on the
And
board.
resigns.
Takes on G4, F3. King E3.
Takes on.
This is over.
This is
Takes
over.
on G2, King F2, H3. But
What?
G5.
G5.
He missed
Hold
king
on.
F4.
What?
He missed the win.
Yeah, King
What?
F4.
What was that?
King F4 was the move.
E6. Whoa.
Now he's going back to E5. Probably, maybe he's noticing now.
Magnus
seeing if
should
he can
have
still
won the
do
G
it.
pawn, given up the G2 pawn, and played with his H pawn against Nakamura's
Hold
E pawn.
on. What? Just a
And
draw.
there they do. They make
it's
a draw.
amazing.
He missed
How
the
did-
win. He missed the win. He just gives up the G pawn, wins Nakamura's G pawn, and he has a pass pawn, so it's an elementary win.
So at this position, instead of the move H3, he just simply had to play king takes. Okay, just a second. We've got a game going on between
Visciana and Fabiano Caruana still playing. It looks like Fabi is just is up 2 pawns in this bishops of opposite color endgame, which we've seen so much of in this game, in this tournament.
There is a subtlety that's hard to see in the time scrambles, so fair to Magnus for not going for it. I mean, it's not the most obvious, but he could have won with king f4 instead of h3.
Yes, exactly.
And so now we're watching Fabiano try to...
with his 2 pawns and a bishop's of opposite color, claim a victory. And he's played, yes, and
there
he's
we have
done
an
it.
H7.
Wow.
Good move. Now you can't take an S6 because we queen, and just,
let's go back to Eric.
Nice victory by Fabi.
And show how Magnus Carlsen, world champion, missing an important endgame king and pawn endgame lesson. Eric, take it away.
Yeah, and we saw what happened in the game was a draw. In this position, Magnus played h3. Instead, he could have played king f4. Okay, the first point is, if you go into this position, this is just winning because black gives up this pawn, wins this pawn, and then goes for these. But instead, what he had to calculate was after e5, he can do king g4. If white takes this, you just win this. But after e6, I have king here, threatening king h2, queening with check, and I have an extra pawn. And after king here, there's king g3. And despite white queening, black is in time with a checkmate. So something easy to miss in blitz, but still something Magnus is also very capable of seeing.
And we've got Maurice Ashley with Wesley So, who has just tossed and turned throughout this entire tournament.
Roller coaster ride for Wesley.
I mean, how else can they see how to win?
Well, he's trying to keep it cool and calm and not lose any games and just go about it smoothly. But it doesn't work like that in blitz. Wesley So found out today he did end up blemishing his record of perfect record throughout the Rapids. But still, he has shown that he can bounce back from losses. And Wesley, today you did that, winning this game against Maxime. Sort of a game where you had an edge throughout, but at the end you had some ideas where you could have won much more easily, but the point is, you won the game, and that's what counts.
Yes, of course, with only 5 minutes, if both players make mistakes, it's unavoidable, and I just try my best. And yeah, today I have 3 tough losses, but fortunately I managed to bounce back after each time. And in particular, that game against Leuven was very tough loss because he caught me in an opening preparation. And also against Magnus, you know, he slowly squeezed me to death, and so hopefully tomorrow I'll play even better. We'll see. Unfortunately, the game starts earlier tomorrow, so it's gonna be a little different. But hopefully I'll play even better tomorrow.
Now you were a point behind Magnus to start the day, and now you're still a point behind him.
Yeah, things never change.
What do you need to do? You definitely want to win this event. I'm thinking you want to win the event. What do you need to do to close the gap?
Well, everyone wants to win the event. I'm sure every player here, even Anish, of course, before this tournament, he has high hopes. I mean, everyone's got to try to win this event, but unfortunately, only one player can win, and so we just got to fight. We got to fight as hard as we can, play our best, and if chances come and seize them. It's going to be extremely tough to win this event, but of course, that doesn't mean I won't fight hard.
Indeed, we expect to see more scintillating play from you. Get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wesley So in second place after this one day of blitz, showing absolutely that he is a threat to win this Grand Prix, the second Grand Prix here, this Grand Chess Tour, excuse me, in Leuven.
Thank you,
That's right.
Maurice. And
And
here
let's
we
take a look
have
at
our
the
standings.
That's right. We've got Magnus Carlsen with 17 points combined in both tournaments. Now, out of the 9 chess games today, the biggest score we see is 5.5.
By
so
Leuven Aronian.
that's Leuven Aronian, and that's +2.
Exactly.
So we did get somebody to go past that +1 mark. We knew it had to happen, right?
Exactly.
Especially in blitz, it's insane to see that. Magnus Carlsen's still leading though, and Leuven really looking like he's in the hunt.
Right. Hikaru and Wesley with 5 in the blitz. But let's go back to Maurice.
He has our tournament leader.
We have the tournament leader here, Magnus Carlsen. It's been a long day, Magnus. You missed an opportunity here in this last game with a possibility of king f4. How are you feeling? You're still a point ahead of the field after the day's up.
Yeah, of course I'm a little bit disappointed with the last game. Well, he wasn't really doing anything in the game, and of course it was about equal, but I was sort of taking over, and I felt like I managed to achieve a few things, and then, yeah, I just missed the detail at the end, which is unfortunate, but yeah, I'm still leading even after a less than perfect day.
A point lead is a nice little padding. Do you feel it's just going to be enough for you to be able to milk it for tomorrow?
I'll have to play a bit better. So I thought my play today was a little bit better at the end. I mean, it was frankly quite abysmal at the start. So it's going in the right direction. But no, it's nice still to have a lead after such topsy-turvy day, but I need to do better tomorrow.
What's the secret? More Avalon?
No, probably not. I don't know.
They've been playing Avalon here. Magnus says in this game you could be good guy, bad guy. He's always the good guy. Well, certainly we appreciate him and his great play. Magnus Carlsen leading the Grand Chess Tour after day 3.
Thank you, Maurice. And Magnus still keeping his score intact, his lead intact, I wanted to say. Eric, your impressions of the day?
Same as earlier, I'm very impressed by Wesley So's killer instinct. He's come back, and right now, I mean, we have Aronian, Anand, everyone within striking distance. A big difference compared to last week in Paris when I said there were a lot of zombies here, a lot of contenders and a lot of people putting up good fights. So tomorrow, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be a really exciting finish.
Very good.
I agree. I mean, you know, Yasser, you've been mentioning roller coasters and chess players. You know, there are people who go onto roller coasters and they bring chess sets with them. And the whole idea is that, like, at the climax of the roller coaster, you should be, like, playing a chess game. That's a thing.
Wow. I mean,
yeah.
really strong magnets. Some
yes,
of the roller
exactly.
coaster rides
You got to get some, like,
good
magnet set. And we're going to go over to Leuven with some thoughts from Maurice and Alejandro.
Well, let me tell you, the players after 9 rounds of blitz are tremendously fatigued. It's been a long day. It's been a long tournament. All those rapid games, all these blitz games, the twists and turns, the nerves that you have to try to maintain. And when you blunder, how much it takes out of you. And they have another day to go. We know we've seen some ghastly mistakes. We've seen some great chess as well. It's going to be very difficult for the players, I think, to play tomorrow. Just from the trend, the way it's going, there's been so many mistakes. How do they control their nerves to play and do well coming into the last day?
There's a lot of things I liked about today, and it's, among others, the fact that the field was relatively close. You didn't see anybody just crush the field or crush the opposition. Everybody had their blemishes. Everybody made their mistakes, and I felt that that adds interest to the tournament. I thought there weren't as many mistakes today as we saw on the first day of the Rapid, so I do think that the quality of play has improved, even though that the time control is significantly shortened. And I want to see tomorrow the players come in with more hunger, more desire to play these precise moves, because they know that a good streak could still put them in the top places.
Yes, indeed. And it's a good thing that Magnus is not running away with it. We know that he is the strongest player in the world. And when he gets on a roll, it's easy. He'll just dominate the field. But he's not dominating right now, keeping a slim lead going into the last day. So we expect more excitement, and we'll be happy to bring this tournament to a close tomorrow, because it's going to be an exciting final day.
Thank you, Maurice. And we're just checking our predictions.
I'm pretty happy with my prediction so far.
You like it?
You're on my team, Yasser.
Very good. We're on the same
Should be
team.
comfortable with that thought.
How about you, Jen?
Well, obviously it'd be nice to have Leuven at this point, since he has the most points.
Exactly. And Hikaru, well, everything
Naka is mine, I have to say.
Final day. Sorry, Maurice. Sorry
I'm not too thrilled with mine with Naka. I think Naka has really been disappointing today. He just doesn't seem like he's sharp as he normally is.
Look, Vichy had some good games. I thought that actually a couple of his games were pretty brilliant. So his quality of play, it's up there. I don't know if he would score that many points.
Well, we're all set up for a final exciting game of Blitz tomorrow. 9 more rounds in the second Grand Chess Tour.
That's right, the second stop of the Grand Chess Tour. And I do think that somehow tomorrow, they mentioned they'd be tired. We are starting a couple hours earlier. So,
2 hours early.
So for those of you in the United States, that means you can go party and then watch the games.
Right.
And in Europe, don't forget, it's going to be noon in Belgium, actually. And it'll be 5 o'clock here in St. Louis, 6 o'clock in New York.
Exactly.
So I think that is actually the combination of that with the fatiguing schedule of all the rap and the blitz. I think that tomorrow we're going to see more streaks, for better and for worse.
All right. We'll look forward to it.
See you guys then.
Happy Father's Day.
Bye, everybody.